Okay, so hello, good morning to everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you again in Rabat with this splendid day of by the end of the spring, a splendid spring. Every time I come back again to Rabat, I find everything more beautiful. I don't know how do you manage really to make things better at any time. And at this occasion, as it happened I think it was in 2018, that we had the General Conference of EUROMESCO here in Rabat with, again, the Policy Center for the New South. It was so an interesting and positive experience that we are repeating the experience. So I have first to thank Karim El Ayaouni for hosting this event. Of course, I have to greet as well Ambassador Patricia Joan Bart for being with us, and Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean, who's with us as well. And EUROMESCO has been working for many years now. I think it was created, as you know, back in '95 to accompany with its reflection, study, proposals, and engagement in favor of this idea of uniting countries north and south of the Mediterranean. And therefore, we are very proud of continuing with this tradition. As we were talking now, using the academic freedom, but conducting our studies and our proposals with seriousness and responsibility, not just practicing a show-off in a populist way. And therefore, this requires a stronger effort. But we are lucky enough to have an ensemble of researchers. At every time we have more people, young researchers engaged in this exercise. And maybe one of the things that has been evolving in the last few years is that this endeavor is conducted more in connection with the real thing, which is in discussion with the institutions to provide what we try to do is research, policy-oriented, and with engagement, as we say usually, research, dialogue, and advocacy. Okay, so thank you, all of you, for being with us. For those who are new or who are with us today, you know, the EUROMESCO, as I said, was created at the beginning of the Euro-Mediterranean Partnership, what used to be called the Barcelona process, because it started there. And we are now, as you know, 117 think tanks and research institutes, policy-oriented in relation to Euro-Mediterranean policies, in particular, because we have been enlarging a bit the scope from security and political affairs into economic and social development, migration, etc. In today's event, we are launching, in fact, a series of a cycle of 5 events, because when we were planning the EUROMESCO Annual Conference, the pandemic was still very much virulent, and so even in some countries, as in this one, for example, in many other countries, north and south of the Mediterranean, even the sky was closed, it was difficult. So we planned to have not a big annual conference, but a series of country events, and then a final conclusions wrap up in Brussels. And so we will have this conference here in Rabat, then we'll have one in Tunis, another in Cairo, in Amman, and finally, as I was saying, in Brussels. So we will try to keep working. It was not easy all the time with the circumstances under the COVID. The whole cycle comes under the umbrella toward more social justice and inclusiveness in the Mediterranean. And we try, therefore, to create some, let's say, momentum on this, around this issue. Because, as you know, the European Union released a joint communication on the new agenda for the Mediterranean just more than a year ago. And this marks a shift in the Euro-Mediterranean partnership toward, as I was saying at the beginning, a stronger focus on the social dimension. And therefore, the concept of inclusiveness, in particular, comes across prominently. And as you know, because I think it was one of the features during the pandemic, the European Union efforts was not only to mitigate the socioeconomic consequences on its own citizens and societies, but also trying to help partners in neighboring countries. So this is maybe a distinct feature of the attitude of Europe, not always understood in international politics today. Well, we think that the concept of social justice is an important one. Social justice remains a key concern and expectations of the citizens around the region. But now I think that all governments have understood it. And it's not only an issue of human dignity and inclusive. It is also an issue of security, after all. As there cannot be sustainable security and stability without sustainable development and social justice in our societies. Now, under this concept of social justice as inclusiveness, there are a lot of different issues that we will be covering in our various events. Through the publications, some of them you have seen it just entering this room, the publications we are generating, through the EUROMED survey that's now just out of the printing office. It's just been published. So how to make digital and green transitions truly inclusive, how to mainstream inclusiveness in public reforms, social protection and fiscal policy reforms, how to foster more accountability and fight corruption. Today, we will be looking in particular, as you know, into the issue of youth and women's inclusion in the labor market. The fact that our event happens only a few weeks after the Union for the Mediterranean Fifth Ministerial on Employment and Labor in Marrakesh illustrate again our efforts to be always connected with the real political and institutional world that helps us to foster Euro-Mediterranean cooperation. Abdelkader may tell us more about that. And well, of course, we were there, IMED and EUROMESCO, to present, well, in fact, one of the projects we are conducting that's called Cluster. It's an NECVC MED-funded capitalization project that adopts an integrated approach with multi-level action. It does so by not only equipping youth, and in particular women with marketable skills in the sustainable economy sectors, but also connecting them with employers in the private sector, strengthening partnerships between training institutions, SMEs, and the social economy actors, and encouraging public institutions in implementing sustainable youth and women employment schemes. And so, therefore, we will keep working on these areas. In the traditional areas of EUROMESCO, more related to security, etc., and in the new or not so new, because we had been working on that too for decades, but with new efforts on these socio-economic dimensions. And therefore, I salute you all. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for not only being with us today, but the work that you are conducting all year round. And thank you very much for your attention. And now I pass the floor to Karim, and thanking him again for his work as the director of this institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Florenza. Let me welcome you all at this today's event. It's a pleasure to have you here. I would like to thank the staff, the teams, your colleagues that have made this possible. I think we're getting together in a context. We have a deep partnership with EUROMESCO. We've been working together on several projects and issues, particularly on the Med. For us at the Policy Center, it's part of our research program. We have a dense research program on labor market, in particular in Morocco, on many dimensions. We just published a book on human capital. That was a 2-year project, I would say quite research-oriented book that has been quite successful. We've also on women just released a book less than 10 days ago, another one on women's leadership in Morocco. So we really feel that we are in sync on these themes. They are very complex issues, difficult to understand, for instance, why women's labor market participation is stagnating or falling in many countries, including in Morocco. There's still research to be conducted to understand the deep reasons why boys are less and less investing in higher education. This is also a strong tendency we're observing in Morocco and elsewhere, and I'm including in Europe actually. In higher education, you find in some specialties 70 to 80% women, and so at the same time the labor force participation is falling or stagnating. So there's a conundrum to be solved there. So this is something we're working on to understand. So I think research in this area, and of course it gets more complex if we include issues that we'll be looking at. There are interesting papers that will be presented today and tomorrow in terms of inclusivity and what it means in society, and they are no doubt these are long-term trends that will structurally affect the future of our societies. So this is really what we are interested in here at the Policy Center, and of course, as you said, what it means in terms of public policy. So and in the end, as think tanks, we are here also to propose actionable measures, policy-oriented measures, but we need to be quite modest in this area, I would say, as they are. Our sense is that research is still, in a way, trying to understand some of the deep reasons. And I think these are challenges that are common in all the Mediterranean. Demographic dynamics in Europe are also posing long-term structural challenges to European countries, and they are not independent of the discussion we will be having today. And these, and of course, in between there is the question of migration and what we do with all that in a sort of a more tense environment, and I would say tense environment and dense external challenges to the region. And of course, we are here on a more focused topic, but this is not independent. And here we like to also look at this in a broader sense. So we will be following very closely the other country discussions that the network will be conducting in other countries. So I think it's also for us. We are very curious to understand and to how they see these different challenges. And just a word to conclude, for us this is part of, and I think it was the initial intuition of EUROMESCO as well, and this is where we share values and a strong, I would say, purpose, sense of purpose, which is the nexus between science, knowledge, and research, and policy making, and of course populations, basically citizens, and this is where we try to sort of be a bridge as very special institutions in this network, to be a bridge between, I would say, science, knowledge, academic knowledge, research, and population, citizens via policy making. So this is, I think, a strong value that we share beyond, of course, I'd say ethical and moral values of dialogue, constant dialogue, and openness, tolerance, which I think it's not a given, as we've seen over the past couple of years. And I think this is something we've built, and you should be proud as EUROMESCO to have built this space, this platform, which is of high value. And as we see around the world, there are many places around the world where people can't even talk, can't even listen to each other, can't even sort of make compromise, etc. And so let's be careful, let's preserve that. I think it is of a high value, and this is why Policy Center has been heavily involved in your activities, as we are a newcomer in a way in the network. So you can count on our commitment on that basis. And I wish you all a great conference, and looking forward to listen to the various contribution papers and ideas. So again, many thanks for making this happen here. Madame l'Ambassadeur, we are very glad to have you with us. Thank you for taking the time to join this conference, as well as Deputy Secretary General of the Union de la Méditerranée. Many thanks.
Ouais, là, ça fonctionne un petit peu mieux. Quand on appuie le bouton, ça fonctionne un petit peu mieux. Alors, bonjour à toutes et à tous. C'est vraiment un grand plaisir d'être parmi vous.
Pleasure to be with you, and this morning.
De ces magnifiques dîners.
Thank you very much for being here with us today, and thank you very much for the wonderful dinner that you have offered it yesterday. As a representative of the European Union here in Morocco, it is a real honor for us as an EU to support a network with its long-standing history that the ambassador earlier on referred to, as a group, as a network, this EUROMESCO think tank group working tirelessly on the Euro-Mediterranean relationship, and investing so much on the Euro-Mediterranean relationship that is so dear to our heart, so for both parts of the Mediterranean. So thank you very much for this tireless work. And I was really astonished when I came into the room and see how many youth and women were in attendance. So I am so delighted to see that there are new generations of searchers and researchers working hand by hand and hand in hand and side by side with the oldest generation. So it's really insightful to see that there are new generations that are really invested in this Euro-Mediterranean relationship. I think this is absolutely paramount, because when we talk about the gender equality, this should be stemming from women's voice, but also man's voice should be heard. So this is incredible to be here and see that this equality is so well represented. So first and foremost, I would like to pay tribute and to Mr. Ambassador Seren Florenza. the Executive Director of PSCNC, Mr. Karim El-Enawi, and Mr. Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General for the Union for the Mediterranean, Mr. Al-Khizazi. It is a real pleasure to be here with you in attendance, and I'd like to greet you all. You are the real players and actors today and tomorrow of the event, ladies and gentlemen. As you, Honorable Ambassador, as you said before, in the framework of the Euro-Mediterranean Conference that was held in Marrakesh and excellently organized by Morocco on more social justice and inclusiveness in the Mediterranean. So this conference, so this event is really timely. As a matter of fact, the 2019 COVID crisis, and maybe I'm going to use a language that is not shared by everyone, but is by far the EU language and wording that reflects the huge concern of the EU on the current situation. So I was saying that to the 2019 COVID crisis was added the war on Ukraine by Russia that really actually shook the world, challenging the supply chain. We're already at hardships during the pandemics. To this, we can add the rise in the energy cost, the bombarding of the Ukraine oil stations, blockage in Ukraine of crop vessels, and also the threatening of Russia. All this has had a very negative impact on the budgets and revenue of the most vulnerable social groups, and this is challenging the world supply chain. So the EU is mobilizing in order to bring from Ukraine as many cereals as possible, thanks to the solidarity corridors, and by increasing in parallel our production to send it to the most vulnerable social groups and countries. And amongst these youth are at the very heart of our concern. So we also act on the food crisis that is at the very core of our concerns. We act multilaterally and also bilaterally with some countries that are more exposed, including Morocco, that we have a lot of talks in the framework of the Mediterranean dialogue. So this is a conference on inclusiveness of youth and women in the Mediterranean, and this is a particularly fragile population group that was hard hit during the pandemic period and that risks to be even further in the current context. The Honorable President spoke about population growth and demography in Europe. I have a couple of figures on demography from the south of Mediterranean. 1 person out of 2 is under 25 years, and 1 youth out of 4, and in some countries 1 out of 3, is neither in the education or training or employment sector. This is huge because we can add to that the gender disparity, as women are massively touched by this phenomena. Precarity and is the daily cup of tea of thousands and millions of these youth throughout the regions. So what are the possibilities and tracks and objectives that we have set up in order to achieve altogether the purpose to develop the potentials of youth and women, for them to be able to play an active role in the social economic recovery? I'm using the word tracks because the phenomena is really complex. There are new phenomena such we do not really understand. How come economies can achieve economic growth without creating jobs, and how come there are universities in Morocco full of women even in Europe, we don't have that many women, but then these women in Morocco are not present in the labor market. And also women that are not reaching the CEO positions or managing positions or leadership positions. I was sad to see that even during the pandemic, where women were at the forefront of the solidarity action, because most women are doctors, nurses, support staff, and hospital medical care staff, and most women are everywhere in the solidarity chain, but very little in the leadership positions. As you said, Mr. President, these youth graduating from college and universities, when you look at figures, are the most challenged in terms of job creation and labor. So what is going wrong? And we need to ponder and make some more research on this. So we need to identify new tracks, and this is where we are partnering together between the EU and the Mediterranean. And we are fighting to for the to put an end to the school dropout, and also match the training or education with the labor needs, identify different training and education paths, and that a person can follow in a holistic manner. So try to break the silos that we have in our primary, secondary, and college and university education, how to integrate pupils, people, and youth in a better acquisition of talents and competences that will provide them with better opportunities to have access to the labor market. Secondly, I was talking earlier on gender equality and women empowerment or economic empowerment. Here, if I may, I'd like to insist on this. When we talk about gender equality, let's go back to the basics, to the law. A large number of societies have achieved those rights and acquired those rights, but in a lot of societies these rights are really challenged. So the fight for equal rights and equality of gender should continue in the policy making. Of course, economic rights and in economic policy making. As women are gaining more economic empowerment and independence and coming out of shortcomings and poverty, and maybe gaining a better lifestyle and quality and standards of quality, this is where they can be able to flourish and contribute to the economic growth of the country. It is also the women participation in society, in democracy, in the political parties, women participation in the corporate boards of directors, also women participation in society as a whole. And lastly, the language that is used, or wording that is used in the gender, and the narrative that is used most of the time by the media, and in the day-to-day narrative strengthens the stereotypes and cliches. Therefore, we need to work on that to change the mindset and to change the momentum. I'm sure you will have more reflections on this. And thirdly, mitigate the territorial inequalities. This was a constant trend in our world. Even if we manage with the SDGs, we manage to mitigate the poverty rates. However, inequalities continued growing. We mean the man-women inequalities, but also inequalities inside the countries and between countries, even more after the pandemic, the disparities and inequalities between the rural and the urban, the slum areas and other urban areas, all kinds of inequalities that are at the heart sometimes of insecurity and security challenges. So strengthening investments, attracting investments, these are some of the tracks that we're working on. Investments of the public and private sector, productive investments, income generating investments, and job generating activity with dignity, and also investments that will bring us together to the southern rim of the Mediterranean. And lastly, forge and encourage the partnership and also recourse to the best practices, sharing of best practices between all players, decision makers, players, youth and women associations, and networks of thinkers and researchers, academia, universities, and policymakers, you name it. So in order to address all these challenges, the EU has opened a new chapter in its strategic partnership with the Mediterranean. The Honorable Ambassador referred to it earlier on, to the new agenda for the Mediterranean and its economic and investment plan. So an economic and investment plan that was designed in full consultation and in hand with our partners. And this agenda proposes a series of actions and activities aiming at stimulating and forging and boosting job creation in the long term. So supporting governance, investing in human capital, and aiming at supporting increased efforts for women's rights and women's empowerment and autonomy. So, but now this agenda should be translated in reality, in tangible actions, and this is what the citizens are actually needing and demanding. So how to translate the discourse in very tangible and concrete actions that are benefiting to citizens. So they need to see the impacts. At the EU, we have chosen a new method called Team Europe, or Equipa Europa. It's about forging the team spirit. On the one hand, the EU and its institutions, and on the other hand, the EU member states, its development agencies, and its financial institutions. So we need to work all together to start with the analysis or collective analysis of the situation that we want to address, plus common objectives that we will set up, as well as coordination in actions in the program that we implement. So the objective is to come up with a multiplying effect and a consistent message of Europe, and this is why Team Europe initiative called Economic Development for Investment has been launched 2 weeks ago in the meeting Union for the Mediterranean that was brilliantly organized by Morocco. So these projects aim at supporting and the private sector and include job creation in the overall economic and policy making. This is not an outcome, but this is an element that is included from the very beginning when we first designed economic policies and investment policies. So we need to actually attract investments to create quality jobs, and namely in the recovery plan post-COVID. Another initiative of Team Europe will include Morocco bringing together and pulling together the efforts of the EU development agencies and financial institutions for 3 billion euros to relaunch the post-COVID initiative. Build Back Better, build better, build a resilient and sustainable economy, bringing an inclusive and digital economy, namely creating jobs for youth and women. Generalization of the social protection. You will have further opportunity to listen to one of my colleagues over the next 2 days about the efforts that are being deployed. So the Team Europe for Morocco will add on to the European Team Europe for Trade and Investment. And more than ever, the two rims of the Mediterranean need the vision, the commitment on youth participation and women participation in the recovery plan, and give them a true prospect. We need to focus on job creation for youth with financing support to SMEs. Namely, this is the catalysts that are used by youth and women to get to the market, and we are going to boost SMEs, namely through business angels, risk capitals, and impact financing, as well as financial support. We need to go on working together in favor of very strong policies to help youth and women to get to the labor market in order to release the potentials and build a sustainable economy. We understand that the first priority is to give youth and grant them with all the talents and competences that they need in order, for instance, like designing a project in order to integrate the labor market and enjoy their life. Because when we all act together in a solidarity spirit, we are convinced that we can make a change and we can succeed. And this is why you are here with us today in the EUROMESCO event and the Policy Center for the New South venue. You are the best proof that dialogue, solidarity, and cooperation is the way ahead in the very positive dynamic and momentum. And this is the way for policymakers can make the right decisions on the basis of sound and serious analysis, like the ones that are carried out by EUROMESCO. And congratulations to all of you. I wish you a very good event. Thank you.
Okay. Sabah al-khair.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you.
Bonjour.
President of the EUMED, Dr. Karim Lainawi, Executive President of the Policy Center for the New South, Excellency Mrs. Patricia Lombard-Cusack, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the European Union to the Kingdom of Morocco. First of all, I was going to deliver a very long speech for one reason, because the thematic of today is very important. And once I saw the title, I saw several keywords which are very important for our work as the Union for the Mediterranean. But I will have to be realistic. My speech will take about 20 minutes, but I will deliver it in 5 minutes to allow you to go directly to the first session. The reason why my speech is very long, because as the Excellency said, we organized our ministerial, and the recommendation of the ministerial involves several things. So I think that once we want to say something about our collaboration with EUROMESCO and EUMED, we are very close partners. The Policy Center for the New South is a very important think tank in Morocco and in Africa and in the region. And also the thematic related to social justice and inclusiveness in the Mediterranean. All these things, I have too much things to say about, but maybe we can discuss later. And in other meetings, we can develop more the discussion on it. Also, regarding youth and women, we are trying to do a huge work exclusively in the questions related to the involvement of youth and women in the labor market, social justice, and all these thematics are very important for us. But as I said, I will try to be very brief. And today in Morocco, and also as Moroccan, I can be proud of what the government is doing actually. When I saw these programs related to the entrepreneurship for youth and women, especially Awrash and Forza and all the initiatives coming from His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, Hafidahullah, I think that the country is going in the right side. And it's for us as Union for the Mediterranean a good example for the region. And at the Union for the Mediterranean, we try to multiply the success stories, and we invite all the countries to take this example. Why I am saying that, it's not because I am Moroccan, but also because this experience regarding the involvement of youth and encouraging youth give a big chance to the young generations and to the women to create their own opportunities and to try to find solutions in this very complicated situation, impacted especially by the COVID-19 crisis and also the crisis in the world, the wars in all the regions impacting our Mediterranean region. So I think that we have several things to say about the Ministerial on Employment, and I am very proud of the Team Europe initiative and the hub, the regional, UFM regional hub for employment, and this impact on the countries, especially on the south. We had the honor to launch these initiatives during the last ministerial. So it's very important for us as Union for the Mediterranean to work together with our networks. I see someone, Mr. Yassine Isbouya, who is the president of FOMEJ, and he can testify how we are working with the civil society, because he worked with us on the youth strategy, involving several questions regarding also employment and the inclusiveness for women and youth in the region. Our approach was to involve all the stakeholders, the concerned parties, to discuss, to learn from them, and to present the projects to the governments to adopt it. So I think that for these questions related to the employment and the unemployment crisis, I think that we need to work still together and to develop more initiatives. And I think during the discussions you will give some new ideas for us, and we will take it into consideration, especially actually where we'll be preparing the work program as the Ministerial on Employment required for the period going from 2022 until 2025. So I believe that our work together will pay the very good will give us very good results, and I think that we'll be able to solve some issues in the region and to help our countries. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Rania Bekhazi, Director, Office for Algeria, Libya, Mauritania, Morocco, and Tunisia at the International Labour Organization, Mr. Yassine Isbouya, General Coordinator at the Mediterranean Forum for Youth, and Mr. Omar Ebourk, Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South, who will chair the session on youth inclusion in the labour market in the Mediterranean region. This session will be moderated by Emmanuel Cohen-Adria, Head of Euro-Mediterranean Policies Department at IEMED.
Good morning, everyone. A pleasure to be here with all of you. A lot of known faces and others, new friends and colleagues. I'm very pleased to be here. I think by now it is clear to everyone that we'll have two plenary sessions in the course of the day. One on youth inclusion in the labor market this morning now, and then another one later on focusing on women. By the way, and then on top of these two plenary sessions, there will be two working sessions in order to cast some light on our publications, on some of the work that all our network is doing along the year. By the way, the reason why you didn't find any program or list of participants at the entrance is because we have an application. So for those of you that have received the email with the link to the application, you can upload it on the mobile. Otherwise, you can maybe turn to our colleagues to get the link to this application. You find the program, you find the list of participants and the biography of the speakers. So, but back to the panel, I will not repeat for the fifth or sixth time that it is very timely. There was this ministerial, again, in Marrakesh on employment, a few weeks ago. And there, of course, youth empowerment, youth inclusion in the labor market was one of the top issues there during this ministerial. So we are in the business of inclusive and policy-oriented research. And again, the timing of this conference very much is an evidence of these efforts we're making every day. So I think the conclusions of the ministerials were inviting experts to contribute to the roadmap 22-25 in promoting the exchange of good practices between the countries. I think we are in a good position to do it today because we have colleagues from all over the region. So I hope that this exchange of good practices will be that we will modestly contribute to this exercise. So to frame our first plenary session, we are lucky enough to have a great panel today, a very complete panel, complete because we have one academic expert that will help us make sense of what's going on. We have one representative of the international organization, and we have an expert involved through many hats in youth issues in the region. Rania Bikhazi, you're the director of the International Labour Organization Office for a number of countries in the region: Algeria, Libya, Mauritania, Morocco, and Tunisia. You're working with public, private entities on this issue of youth empowerment and many others on a daily basis. Yassine Isbouya, you're an expert in youth and educational policies. You also have many years of experience in the field of social and youth development in Morocco. And among other things, as it was said already, you're the general coordinator of the Mediterranean Forum for Youth. Omar Ibourk is playing home because he's from here, from the Policy Center of the New South, and he's also professor at the Kadi Ayad University in Marrakesh. He focuses, among other things, on labor markets, economics of education, and development economic. So let me take the new agenda for the Mediterranean as a departing point, maybe for this panel. In this document, the concept of inclusiveness, the concept of empowered youth comes across very strongly. And there, one of the common points between this new agenda and the UFM ministerial is the strong focus on the issue of young people that are not in education, that are not in employment, that are not in training. So that will be the departing point for my first question. So before we turn to the solutions, to what the ILO, to what governments, civil society can do, let's try to make a bit of a picture of the situation in terms of youth inclusion or youth exclusion. What are the structural causes for exclusion of youth people from labor market and the training in the region? Maybe we can go from left to right. Omar, do you agree if we start with you? Okay, then we will start with my neighbor on the left. Rania, the floor is yours. So we'll do two rounds of interventions. Again, the first one focusing on how the situation is, and then the second on solutions and responses. Okay? Rania, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Good morning for everyone. Bonjour. Faute de parler trois langues, parce que je viens d'un pays où on parle trois langues dans la même phrase, je vais essayer de parler uniquement l'anglais.
So English, try to use the terminology more particularly, and but for the questions and clarifications, and I will be using the three languages.
En termes de besoins, donc que ce soit la formation, l'emploi, la formation, ce sont là.
Why do we have them outside of the labor market, and why can't we reach them? First, there are cultural issues. The speakers before spoke of women having difficulty entering the labor market. So we find young women today in certain areas faced with only one objective: getting married and staying home. And that's part of the culture. Whether we like it or not, it is a cultural issue that we need to face. And in all development work that we actually do, and interestingly, I used to be an enterprise specialist in my previous life, we used to encourage women to choose entrepreneurship as a potential career option, but we had to speak to their father, the husband, the son, or the brother, before we got an okay to actually target these women to become part of entrepreneurship programs. So that means culturally, the family around women is not ready to accept that move forward. And not very long ago, financial literacy was a luxury. So we had to give financial literacy programs specifically for women because that was not part of the deal and we did not have it naturally coming. Bank accounts, deeds, property deeds were not in their names, and this still exists in certain areas. So that means that we have to go backwards and start thinking of what is the cultural environment that we're dealing with and how can we respond to that. And this is what we try doing in development projects. We try to reach out and work with the society around the targeted beneficiaries who are women and try to change the mindset of accepting the transition to the labor market. At the same time, young people without education nor training nor employment find no information and no guidance available for them to be reinserted, and that comes from the informality that exists. So we face today a high level of informality that has blown out after the pandemic. We have lack of social protection, we have no targeting, these people are not seen, are not counted. And this informality makes it very difficult for them to transit to the labor market, whether with or without training, because we don't know how to reach them and we don't know how to guide them. And if we did reach them and we did guide them, which is something also very difficult to do, there is another problem that we face. Do we actually give competencies that respond to labor market needs? Do we actually train them or guide them for them to select these competencies? And today, with the pandemic, we're faced with new labor market forms of work and related competencies that we have to deal with. Today, if I need to look for a marketing manager, I do not look for someone who's able to give me a brochure or a nice poster. I look for a blogger, a social media tycoon who's able to, every time I say a word, I'm everywhere in a nice picture and everybody can listen to me even in absentia. So this is a new set of competencies that require technology and a new set of skills that our young people do not necessarily have. Let alone the fact that if they don't have these skills and if we cannot reach them, there is also an important part of actually trying to include them. What are we doing to try and include them? We need to think of lifelong learning and of recognition of prior learning if it exists. Some of our young people come being refugees, migrants, or coming from different areas of a country that are remote with a set of skills that we don't see because they don't fit into a certificate that we acknowledge. And why is that? Because we don't want to be flexible and adaptive enough for us to try and take on these new young people and recognize this prior competency or learning that they have. Maybe what we should be doing is actually looking at that, trying to adjust it, incorporate them, and take on board this validation of previous skills and allow them to continue. And the fact that we can reach them and ensure that they are placed in apprenticeship programs where in the private sector where they're working, they acquire new skills and are ready to face the labor market with the new set of skills that it requires. All of these are ideas to try and reach them out, be it cultural, being interactiveness and adaptation, being flexibility and reaching out to these young people so that we get them and we ensure that this transition to the labor market gets easier and smoother and becomes more inclusive. And I have to add one point. We have also young people with disability that also need to be targeted. And for that point, we have to also have specific reaching out and targeting that needs to be done, and they should not be forgotten. And I also spoke of migrant and refugees because they are also part of our young people. And in the region, unfortunately, we do have countries in crisis, and we do have a migration flow and an immigration flow that is very, very acute, and a brain drain of the young people. And if we talk about North Africa, Morocco and Tunisia are countries where we see a lot of brain drain of young people. We need to look at that as well and try to see how this transition to the labor market is facilitated and is also informative for the young people to choose whatever is best for them. And this is where we get into the solutions of education and incorporating other policy level intervention. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this first regional perspective. Can I turn to Omar maybe to draw some figures, to put some figures on the table and help us make this complete this picture.
peux switcher en français, si vous permettez. Donc, d'abord, bonjour. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Tout d'abord, qu'il me soit d'abord permis.
Allow me first and foremost to thank the staff of the Policy Center for all the efforts that have been exerted to maintain this pace, more particularly, and so high pace of organization of meetings in order to promote exchanges, intra and extra exchanges, and share the reflection on this problem area that is quite important with regard to the decision makers and the whole of the community. I'd like also to congratulate the steering system of the center that has kept in mind this priority, the capacity, focusing on the capacity of empowerment of youth as a priority, more particularly, and this action plan reflects this commitment in particular, and in the field of analysis for capacity building of the stakeholders that facilitates the system of knowledge, and also creating sources of sharing, more particularly, and developing appropriacy. And it's an honor and a privilege to share with you the reflection with involving this panel of high level of panel. It's quite the issue, more particularly of employment, is quite important from our perspective. The issue of employment is crucial from our perspective, gentlemen. So the issue of employment, as you do know, is a complex. Allow me. So the issue of employment is an issue that is quite complex. It is a cross-cutting issue, and so it's quite a determinant. And determinants are linked to supply as well as demand, more particularly even of the operation of the labor market and behavior of the operators, really, that generates an asymmetry that determines the strategy to be adopted and the transitions of the players in the labor market. In order to highlight the opportunities that are available and threats that are available in the labor market in this very region, there is need to recall at least four constants. The first constant is that employment is a business that is of importance to the whole of the policy makers and not necessarily just to those in the employment sector. Second remark, and so there is a deficit in terms of concentration and coordination involving the actors operating in the ecosystem at the national, regional level, and even among countries. And third, reality check. There is a huge need in order to develop and nurture the culture based on evaluation, and more particularly focusing on the best practices and to carry out analyses and evaluations, more particularly focusing on micro and macro data. And fourth, reality check is an important need for developing the statistical system. And these four reality checks will help us immensely to look at the challenges and opportunities available in this sector. So if I look at the same grid presented with regard to the supply analysis and the way in which it operates, the first component linked to the supply, what do we notice in the region is that there is an opportunity, unfortunately, that is transformed into a threat. That is the demographic development that is underused quantitatively and qualitatively in particular. And among the consequences accruing from the demographic dividend, there is a pressure exerted on the market, on the labor market, So this demographic dividend, there is an inadequacy existing. At least we need to come up with six inadequacies that characterize the labor market in the region. The first of these inadequacies pertains to the challenge inadequacy of a quantitative nature, and this is strong pressure on the labor market because of the arrival of a massive quantity of youth on the labor market. And so in order to materialize this there is a demographic transition with an increasing segment of the population at the age range for work, and so statistics in connection with other regions, the lessons that can be learned, why the dividend effect is not mechanical and does not lead to the creation to an added value in terms of growth. It is conditioned at least by 4 conditions. And so the first of these conditions is education and the competencies and skills, qualities, the health and welfare, and the inclusion of youth, and the economic integration of women, more particularly in the labor market. And to illustrate this, so this is the first reality check that shows that one of the most important priorities, first and foremost, is to draw inspirations, to motivate, enhance the motivation of the youth, and also to boost their aspirations and educational aspirations. And second reality check is to prepare these youth appropriately via training programs and also initial and ongoing training all along. And the third condition is to prepare the youth reaching the labor market for reconversion, to be able to adapt and draw inspirations and prepare and repairing. And this pattern, this shows the dichotomy existing in the analysis, more particularly so that we can have two profiles in the system. The index of human capital does not exceed 0.5, that we can translate economically. A young on the labor market cannot participate only with half of its productivity, potential productivity, and so there is a lack to win in terms of production. And so we have been able to explore this reality, alarming reality checks, to see what are the realities behind this reality. And so we analyzed the mapping poverty of apprenticeship, more particularly. And as you can see very well, that there is a dichotomy existing between the index specific to the human capital and the classification of the poverty map. At least 3 indexes are available. And so this requires from us actions, curative actions and preventive actions all along the system in order to improve and better prepare this human capital. And so another reality check that is quite important in the region, and when we question the issue of pertaining to education at 3 levels, access to education, and then the capacity of retention, and then the quality issue, and all this to make it possible to compile and improve the employability of these youth. And when employability of the youth, there are 3 levels. Their probability to find a job, to keep this job, and the likelihood to change. And these 3 probabilities can be explained by the investments of structural and game-changer investments that can be made in the field of education. And you can very well see that there are rates of dropouts rate, particularly in some countries of the region, that are quite high. And so with regard also the people who leave the educational system with a level of education that is very low, or the supply, work supply is not really, does not help in the context of, and this investment in the human capital is quite important. It has acted it acts on the vocational aspirations, educational aspirations of our youth, more particularly. And so you see there is a first priority, there is the security-based flow, and also insecurity and autonomy, and we do not find this among the priorities for the youth. And so in order to establish a pattern and these notions of aspirations, we have been able to explore these professional educational aspirations that are linked closely to the welfare at school and the trust that these youth have in themselves And so there is need to inspire these youth so that they can invest and make investments in good quality education. So to summarize before getting into the nitty-gritty of these market segments, so what's quite important is the interaction between these three dimensions to interact to create other market possibilities. There is the demographic development that is underused quantitatively and qualitatively. There is an inadequacy from a quantitative level and a low level of participation of youth and women in the labor market. And so we're going to explore the possibilities to develop in order to boost this women and youth participation in the labor market. And there is also the quality that remains very low, particularly. And so here there are efforts to be promoted in order to formalize the informal sector and to improve the quality and in connection with the demand. The demand is, of course, the region is not homogeneous. There are differences among countries, and there are challenges also, and which we are going to illustrate through statistical analysis. There is the profile of growth and the pace of growth and the level of growth really is quite important. And so the first conditions sine qua non, we need to create more opportunities for this. And second, reality check in connection with the demand. There is a mismatch, an inadequacy holding between on the labor market. There is a simultaneous coexistence of employments that are vacant and also job seekers. There is a number of measures to be developed in order to beef up this offer and supply. Second, there is the strong prevalence of on third condition, there is a segmentation of the employment systems that are segmented. There are quite many logics available. And so the informal, private, and the public logic. And there are also, in connection with the operation of the labor market, how it operates. And so we have been able to carry out a number of work in order to analyze what is labeled the transactional efficiency on the labor market. This can be explained and accounted for by a number of components, and namely the strengthening the intermediation that is generalized based on targeting and establishing the appropriate profiles and reinforcing the flexibility of the labor market more particularly. So these reality checks will be illustrated by analysis in order to reach conclusions. And so we have gone through the tree with a problem and the tree with solutions in order to see what are the challenges and what are the opportunities to grab. The first challenge that we are grappling with is to improve the autonomy of the youth. Youth autonomy is the first to be improved in order to facilitate youth access to a productive, decent work, and more particularly the youth, the university graduates and the youth. There is segmentation at three levels, and we witness cross-cutting segmentation. This segmentation can be accounted for and explained through the creation of sufficient creation or quantitative creation, qualitative creation of employment, and the created jobs are of low quality, and then there is also, in terms of the supply, low human capital, inadequacy of the human capital, and more particularly the operation in which there are incentive measures that can be taken. A number of incentive measures can be made targeting the programs via data the whole of the initiatives to be developed, they suffer from the enigma of 3S: stability, sustainability, and selectivity. These are the 3 S's, and so these 3 concepts minimize the magnitude of to facilitate the integration of the youth into the labor market, at least, and the absence of appropriate mechanism specific to governance. You know,
of youth inclusion. What are the challenges that you get from your experience, not only in Morocco but also beyond in the region? And we'll get back to solutions and responses, Omar, a bit later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just speak in Arabic. Sorry, can just for translation. شكرا مرة أخرى.
Once again, I'd like to thank you for the organizing committee of the Policy Center for the invitation extended to us, and I'm very happy to be present and with you and with an elite of thinkers and also researchers. My talk today perhaps really is going to be focused on civil society and ways and means how to improve this role played by civil society. And this is going to be away from the topics that have been mentioned by the speakers. We need to focus on the reality on the ground, more particularly with regard also to what is academic, what is scientific. The first bullet point to talk about the segment of youth, and particularly this is quite important from a national perspective and also from a regional perspective. We have talked about the Arab region. Who do we mean when we talk about the youth? What is a segment? There is quite a lot of talk on this segment of the youth. Indeed, in the beginning, we talk about marginalized youth, or the youth who did not benefit from any education. When we talk about job opportunities, there is the segment of youth that is marginalized, or the segment of youth that have been forced to drop out of school, particularly, or the segment of young who were able to join the university. And there is an important bullet point that is quite important, and it is the access, the lack of trust. The youth today don't trust anything. They don't trust scientific studies, they don't trust the governments, and they don't trust the policies that are being implemented. We talk quite a lot about the policies that are being implemented. Mr. Abdul Qadir talked about the youth policy, in particular in the MEDA region and MENA. But there is always talk on this segment and this topic, and when I was a young person, from 2007, I'm still talking about the same topic, and in a very reiterative manner. On the reality on the ground, there is nothing has changed. How can we talk about the policy based on youth and focused on youth, and when we are still making the same mistakes? And today in the Arab region, we're talking on the international level, we're talking about the concept of the fourth industrial revolution. In 2016, they started to talk about quite a number of things. We talked about this topic when we focus on Morocco, on North African region, away from the Gulf region, particularly except the Emirate. Today, there is not an in-depth discussion what we mean by the fourth industrial revolution. particularly we need to focus on the concepts that are neglected and not looked at. We talk about the professions of the youth. How can we prepare the youth of today for tomorrow, and particularly in the 2030s and 2040s? Are we going to continue using the same syllabuses and curricula, particularly in order to really, these are the very same training curricula? Are they good? Will they allow the transition of these youth, or should we reconsider these curricula? Should we reconsider the contents of these, the discourse that we use to talk about these youth, talking about these youth, talking about the marginal youth and the solutions that I would like to suggest. In my capacity as Moroccan, I feel proud, particularly that there are quite many programs in connection with the youth development and ways and means how to promote and facilitate the inclusion of these youth in the framework, in the economic framework. When I talk about inadequacies and lack of these things, is the university professor, is he really, can he provide a new added value to the youth? Has he changed curricula? Is there a continued ongoing learning, more particularly in order to facilitate the training of these youth? Really, we don't often talk about the role played by university teachers, the university professors, more particularly in ways. Particularly, these university teachers are frozen, and this is quite an important challenge. We need to overcome this challenge of pushing the university professor to operate differently. We need to involve. We need to involve the youth, more particularly in the finding appropriate solutions to the problems that we are really. We need not just really. We sit in the capital city and impose solutions from above. We need to engage with these students. Access to information is quite an important. Do these youth have the possibility to have access to information through training, the provision of training? Is civil society doing all it can, leaving no stone unturned to contribute to all these things? Are we really today in a capacity to fulfill and play these roles, particularly with the governments or civil society organizations? Is civil society in North African region really qualified to play this role? Microphone. The speaker is speaking away from the microphone. The speaker is not using the mic. Thank you. Today, the civil society is playing a major role in facilitating inclusion of youth in the labor market. But is civil society qualified to play this role? There is the issue of knowledge and skills and competencies. What are the skills that we are talking about? What type of skills are we talking about? I would like really to refer to what one of the youth that was talking about, and this attracted my. I believe really I am receiving quite a lot of theories, and this is quite important to learn theories, but not the scientific skills and practical skills that I will be using in the future. And this is considered by this young quite an important mistake. It's quite important to learn theories, but the youth of today wants to really have appropriate skills, handy skills, so that he can practice, whether he operates at the university or outside the university. And this is quite important. This is not available. And if we talk about nationally, what can be done, and the positive bullet points there is the brain drain and the competency brain drain, but the policies that have been implemented so far is really, we need to really bring together those who really were forced to flee the country. And we need also to share and involve the youth at the grassroots level, and particularly so that we can attract back those who fled the country within the framework of the brain drain. And so when I plan at the national level, I need to focus on the local, at the regional also, because the institutions operating near the youth are the entities that are capable to create jobs because they know the mentality and the mindsets of these youth. Today, more than ever before, we need to change the the vertical mindset, particularly, and not impose anything from above. There are broad lines that can be shared, but policies, when they are prepared at the local and regional level, will really impact these young, whether they are at school or out of the school system.
Thank you, Yassine, for this powerful statement that also sounds a bit like a wake-up call. So to use the terminology of Almar, we will move now to the tree of solutions. So here my question is two or threefold. I mean, first, are governments around the region about to win this battle of keeping up with demographic growth, meeting the aspirations of the youth that you described, and that, according to you, haven't really changed along the last years? In the case of the ILO, I mean, what does an international organization like the ILO do in order to tackle youth employment, in order to deal with informality in particular, because you described, Rania, informality as a particular challenge. And as we are EUROMESCO, where does the EuroMed cooperation fit here? What can be done? We already heard about some initiatives, but if you have any inputs or insights on how international cooperation can help tackle this challenge, that would be very useful. So Rania, can we start maybe with you, and then we'll continue in the same order?
Sure. While preparing for this, I had two documents that tell me what needs to be done. So I'm going to just tell you what experts in the International Labour Organization told me what needs to be done. And then I'll give you my honest opinion, having been part of the UFM 5th Ministerial Conference and facilitated a panel with 4 ministers who had different points of view about dealing with employment. So first, countries need to adopt urgently an integrated package of reforms, of policies, that aim to accelerate the rate of formal job creation in the private sector. One, and increase the quality of informal jobs that exist today, and help connect vulnerable groups to jobs and assist them to moving from low to higher productivity jobs. And to be able to do that, there are 3 types of policies that need to be considered. One is strategies at macro level for job creation, specifically for job creation. That means that we need to review policies to make them labor intensive, high intensity of workers. And that also includes sectoral policies to support structural transformation from lower value to higher value activities and labor intensive industries, while boosting agricultural productivity and facilitating the transition to formality in the off-farm sector. And also sustaining and promoting enterprise creation and existing enterprises to maintain jobs that already exist. There are other supply-side policies that we need to look at, and that means how do we equip young workers with the right skills to enter the labor market. And today, that set of skills has changed because we have new forms of work that appeared in the labor market. So if we talk about platform work, teleworking, distance work, part-time work, how do we equip young people to do it, one? And second, how do we also ensure that we can know about them so that they don't remain in the informal sector and we can protect them? And third, we talk about labor market policies and institutions to improve working conditions, protect these workers, and foster equality in the world of work by making sure that women and men gain the same salary for the same types of jobs. Now, there was a question about how can women be more part of that labor market and the taux d'activité des femmes increases. There is, in a report that came out on the 8th of March 2022 of the ILO, 300 million jobs can be created in the care economy. So if we look at one sector, that is the care economy, we will see that there are many jobs that can be created for women if they are trained on what they're going to do, certified, and given the protection and the wages that they're allowed to have legally. But at the same time, if this care economy is made available with the required skills, this will allow many women to get out of the houses and to go compete on the labor market at equal level with men. So this is a sector that we would probably need to look at, invest more in, and ensure that all the skills that are required for that sector are taken into account, certified, and made available for young people to join. On the other hand, this intermediation that you spoke about, the labor market institutions have to be operational, flexible, but most importantly, relevant. That intermediation should take place between transitioning and entering the labor market, and they should be doing it with information that comes from what the labor market needs and from what the educational system is providing. And for that, we need to have institutions that are capacitated and performing their job properly. And finally, as we are the ILO, social dialogue is our platform for socioeconomic recovery post-pandemic that is human-centered, as our Director General says it, but not only human-centered, I will go beyond that and say that is worker-centered and young people-centered as well, because this is the resource that we have for the future. How do we do that? If we sit around the table with workers, employers, and the government, we have all the parties required to discuss labor market policies, labor market strategies for employment, basic salaries, minimum wage, social protection that is very important. And today, in order to enable and encourage young people to enter that labor market, we should make sure that the first choice is not a public sector employment job because it's safe and beneficial and relaxed and long-lasting. It is a job that could be in the private sector or an entrepreneur where we can get support, social security, occupational safety and health measure, training, lifelong reskilling, and protection that is very important, and a proper salary for them to join that labor market. So this needs to be communicated, and national strategies of employment need to be formulated so that it guides our social partners who do these strategies towards implementing an integrated approach to this transition of youth to the labor market.
Thank you so much for all these clear recommendations. We'll have some homework to do to just make sure we draw the right lessons from this panel. Back to you, Ahmad.
Avec l'intervention aussi exhaustive présentée par notre experte, c'est que évidemment, certes, il y a autant d'actions, autant de projets, autant d'initiatives développées dans la région pour normalement améliorer cette inclusion. En commençant d'abord par évidemment les actions qui visent par exemple la demande pour encourager surtout l'entrepreneuriat. Et lorsqu'on parle de l'encouragement de l'entrepreneuriat, c'est depuis normalement la sensibilisation, la sélection, l'accompagnement, la formation, la préparation, mais aussi tout un ensemble de programmes visent la survie de ces startups ou de ces entreprises. Parce qu'on a constaté que la durée de vie, malheureusement, de ces petites entreprises reste normalement conditionnée par la qualité de l'assistance. Et là aussi, il y a des efforts à déployer en matière d'éviter l'assistanat et de renforcer normalement ces skills.
And to reinforce the skills that the entrepreneurial environments require to be to create a virtuous circle for boosting innovation. And so we need to encourage first and foremost entrepreneurship, and the creation of wealth is quite important, and particularly there are a number of programs, a number of actions that have been put forth by ILO. We need to focus on the informal sector, and we need to act on boosting quality of the jobs to improve the intermediation. UNESCO is also seeking to focus on boosting human capital, more particularly, and the challenge that was grappling with how to run and manage the preschool life, more particularly because it weighs heavily in the balance on the labor market of the region, and a number of analyses have been carried out to focus on the trends, particularly with regard to the classes, and this is the reason why there is a category for which investment is in the quality of the preschool education is quite important. This investment in the preschool education plays a dual role to improve, first and foremost, the participation of women in the labor market, because among the obstacles standing in the way of women involvement, arbitration, education of children, and work. If we are able to act and generalize the preschool education of good quality and empower each school and each village with a good quality school, we are going to create jobs, and we are going to facilitate the inclusion and releasing the powers of women so that they can be involved in the labor market, or unleashing the powers of women. And so we need to create more mobility of women. When their powers are unleashed, we need to ban and bar violence which women sustain, and so that they really can work appropriately. We need to create the appropriate conditions within the job environment, and this is in connection with training. I'd like to echo what has been said by my colleague. The first challenge today, more than ever before in the region, is how to inspire youth, how to increase their motivation, how to build trust involving and the analysis of the aspiration shows an action that will have spin-offs, positive in the medium and long term. This is going to improve the performance at school, and also it improves the welfare of these youth, and these are the conditions sine qua non. And at this very level, there are quite many programs and actions to be carried out. With regard to training per se, when we talk about training, there are actions that we can focus on the actions and on the flow. We need to ensure a good quality training, more particularly by focusing on multifaceted approaches, ways and means how to develop, and so focusing on the stock, more particularly to fight against unemployment and against exclusion. And so we need to develop map-based training in order to respond to the market needs. So there are a number of programs that we can focus on. Unfortunately, this is a meta-analysis, 652 programs that have been developed at the international level to see what's working and what's not working. And as I have raised, the three challenges that I have raised, stability and sustainability and selectivity challenges, will contribute to alleviate and minimize these challenges. So in terms of accommodation and support, there are a number of measures that we can think of, particularly focusing on capacity building of the players, focusing on ways and means how to improve intermediation, and putting forth appropriate demand, particularly to fight against exclusion, and also in terms of right after insertion on the job, focusing on the on-the-job environment. There are programs, UNESCO programs, that can be targeted, and in order to make it possible for these youth to have an ease of flexibility. And what is important today is to develop programs that seek to facilitate the flexibility. And so this model remains a reference-based model, more particularly so that we can act on it. And so therefore, for all this, we need to focus on capacity building of the international organizations in terms of facilitating exchanges in order to improve the appropriacy of ownership of these programs.
Yassine, you have the task to wrap up the first part of this session with your comments in a few minutes, and then we'll turn to you for an exchange. It doesn't have to be questions, it can be comments, inputs based on your knowledge or experience in your respective countries. So you can already get prepared for your interventions. But first, Yassine, the floor is yours.
Okay. شكرا مرة أخرى.
Once again, there is need to start from the premise. What is positive and what is optimistic, more upbeat with regard to the youth, the experience. We're talking about the COVID experience, and so COVID experience whereby youth have shown quite a lot of capacities, the capacity of resilience of these youth. Second, to the capacity of these youth to innovate and use the information technology appropriately. And this has been shown during the COVID-19. And so resilience and innovation. Today, if we are going to talk about the investment of human capital on all levels, investing in human capital, we talked about the trainers and the facilitators really in the field, operating in the field. They are challenged, more particularly, more specifically when those the trainers operating within an entrepreneurship in Tunisia or in they might have training in English or French, then they need to deal with the youth in the rural areas, speaking to them in a simplified language, and so that they can internalize. The trainer is sometimes incapable to adapt to the local conditions and the conditions. Technical terms and even the administrative procedure is very difficult for the trainer. How to encourage the youth to engage in the job market, more particularly when I speak to him in a language that is very difficult for him to access, when he speaks local Arabic, and so when he's not illiterate, we need to train these trainers so that they can adapt and really with through and they can adapt the language they use. So when we have the government really that encourages companies, and particularly, and so what is we deal with political parties and the participants in political parties, and so we sometimes find that these youth do not have the capacity to interact with these participants from the political parties who come to them and talk to them. So political parties or elected councils, we need to focus on them. How can we improve their training capacities, particularly so that they can deal with the youth appropriately? And what we need to also to encourage is that the youth today, although there are possibilities offered by the governments, particularly when these youth really are incapable to initiate reflection, particularly when we talk about investing in the preschool education. So we need to focus how to change the reality on the ground for this youth so that he can really, we don't have this vision. We don't have particularly, we don't have a clear vision targeting the preschool education and ways and means how to turn this youth into someone who is competent enough. And so there is the role to be played by media. Civil society have a role to play. And so particularly people interacting with these youth, there is need for ensuring coordination between all these stakeholders. The lack of vision is a problem, and so we need also to really we need to focus on what is labeled the multiple intelligences, and so this is. It's in Morocco. We have civil society that is growing by leaps and bounds, and so what we sometimes overlook, we need to look at ways and means how to facilitate the procedures for creating jobs, creating companies by these youth, facilitating these procedures. And what is quite important from my perspective is to foster the belonging, at least in the youth. The youth really have to be sensitized to really, we need to focus on the youth and so that he can feel that he belongs to a community. Unfortunately, we need to. What we need to do is to focus on training. We need to create appropriate conditions, and we need to reconsider the curricula that target the preschool. What are the facilitators who are going to deal with these things, and the educators? We need to select them. And so do they have the competencies and skills required so that they can teach the preschool? They need to be psychopedagogists. They need to be, do they have the appropriate training to deal with the preschool children? And we need to widen the scope of the preschool, particularly. So what are the conditions and what are the requirements? We need to facilitate all these. Do we want the young to come to play, or do we want him to come to innovate? I don't want just to teach him mathematics, and so I need to facilitate his integration into the community, not necessarily through education, but we need to create an environment whereby these children can innovate. And so these are the very small things, but they are really worth their focusing on, because the devil is in the details, and more particularly, and this is what we need to invest more, particularly in the preschool education. Well, today I'm not going to focus on the diagnosis, and so in the diagnosis, we have quite a lot of things. There are suggestions that we can work. Are we a capacity to implement the recommendations accruing from international organization, particularly the local person really is incapable to do things. He needs quite a lot of training. Thank you.
Thank you, Yassine. I found the answers to both parts of the debate very complementary in the panel. I'm sure the interventions on the other side of the room will be also very complementary to what we've been discussing now. So I open the discussion, the debate. Whomever wants to take the floor, I think we will just combine questions and comments. I see Mohamed Maspahi in the room. So Mohamed, the floor is yours.
I need to push, okay. Thank you very much. I think it's a classic and interesting topic, because as Isboya said, this topic comes again and again. And we know sometimes where is the problem. We do good diagnosis, but the implementation is the problem. And I want to ask a question, but try to give the element. So is the problem that youth are not really interested to get into the labor market, or is it the problem of the structure? So is it the agency or the structure? And I believe actually that the elephant in the room is the nature of the economy or the political economy of most MENA countries, which is characterized by the rentier, the rent, which actually create a kind of citizens who rely on the state to provide some services, wait for the state to provide some, basic services, and on the other hand, the citizens accept, what we call the authoritarian bargain. So I think the nature of the institution in a rentier economy, actually, you find a lot of barriers. It's not a free market that you can easily access, but you have a lot of barriers, despite the discourse and rhetoric of, doing business and all that stuff. But in reality, if you want to run a business, it's much, much complicated. And I think that exclude many young people and enhance the informal economy because the transactions are much lower. And I think that's something that we should take into consideration is actually it is not only the skills, education and skills mismatch, because most of the most skilled students leave the country, so they find better jobs outside. So if there is this skills mismatch, they would not find jobs outside. There is like thousands and thousands of engineers and doctors who leave the country. So that means they have skills. They have the skills to go to the job market. It is the economy that we should blame. It is not those people. So again, I would put more emphasis on our economy, which is weak, does not provide enough decent and most of the jobs that are created. For example, in Morocco there is like 150,000 when it's good, so it's maximum 150. We have 400,000 newcomers to the job market, so we have a deficit of since the beginning 250,000 people who cannot actually access to the job markets because the economy the nature of the economy does not allow them. So whatever we do, it is actually the economy itself that does not provide, the opportunities for those young people to be in the job market. Thank you.
Thank you for this comment and question. Again, before we go back to the panel, let's combine some questions. Gael in the back of the room, and then Katarzyna.
Thank you, and thank you for these very interesting presentations. I'd like to actually echo what has been just said and ask about private sector development. Because this is true that, it has been well presented that this supply and this demand side are very important. But as it has been just said, also the private sector is sometimes a bit weak in the region and not always involved in youth empowerment. So my question is, how can we better support private sector development and ensure that the private sector is also part of this joint effort for youth empowerment? What about apprenticeships? What about private public partnerships? What could be, again, the role of entrepreneurship for youth empowerment? How can we better also support youth entrepreneurship? And the second question, well, I'll be part of the session on women's empowerment. And the question is, of course, what about youth women? So what I mean is that what makes youth women different from youth men or other women? So what I mean is really, how can we ensure that all youth, whatever their gender, sex, but also wherever they live, rural or urban areas, benefits also from this green and digital transition. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the question. Katarzyna, anyone else?
Thank you very much for all those interventions. I have a question to Ms. Bihazi. You mentioned that ILO is working with families and society of the women to kind of try to help them to accept that women want to work, and I think this is very important. And my question to you is, where do you find like kind of most concerns of the families and society? Is it more on the ideological side about the just kind of thinking that a woman shouldn't work outside of the house and respectability issues? And to what extent are the practical concerns in play as well? So for instance, the need to care for the children, because those, I suppose, could be more easily fixed by the government in a way by providing, for instance, the kindergarten care. So from your experience, what is the interplay between the two, and which ones are kind of more often expressed by the society and families? Thank you.
Fellow panels, do you agree if we continue this round of questions before we going back to you? Just for the sake of time management, I think it will be the most efficient way to go. So we have two more interventions. Johnny and Tina, maybe if you have the micro there. Tina first.
Thank you very much. I also wanted to, first, I wanted to underline that I really like your take on the belonging and the trust within society, and I think that's the missing link between agents and structure, really, that there needs to be a social cohesion, that people are willing to show their capacities, to show their talents, and to bring them into society. I think what is really important is the inclusiveness has to come also from the private sector, to be willing to integrate these people. There's very often not a level playing field. There are the problems of nepotism or, the negative side of networking, let's say. So in a way, youth can have very good skills, but they might not be able to bring them to play. So perhaps you could expand on how to enable youth to not hit a glass ceiling, but to have a level playing field.
Thank you, Johnny. And then then there will be two last interventions.
Thank you. Very, very interesting panel. And I wanted to ask, if you could give some more comments or remarks on let's say, the local solutions, and how they may handle with dealing with, let's say, the peripheral gap and migration from the periphery to the cities. And if we talk about changing the economy, for example, one example from Israel, we're a high-tech sector, we're a startup nation, but the startup nation is actually leading to a more gap between the middle class, between the rich and between the poor, and people leaving from the periphery to the cities. So I would like to hear each one of your takes on this issue. Like, if we enhance inclusion, how can we preserve, let's say, the balance between the periphery and the cities, and not everybody who get going from the periphery to the cities just to find a job? Because researcher in political science can't find a position in the periphery, but in a factory he will. But if he works in the factory, then he might not have the opportunity to enrich himself. So how can we find this balance? So thank you.
Okay, we have Lorena, and then
Thank you. I will be super quick. Just a question about circular migration. If you think that these like circular migration patterns from Europe to North African countries, which have been implemented, for example, between Morocco and Spain, do you think that this could be a solution to foster more inclusiveness and to promote also like youth in the job market in Morocco or in other North African countries? Like, how do you see these patterns?
It will be a challenge for you because it's a bit like a parliamentary debate style where you get a lot of questions and then you just need to get back to the questions you can address. Thank you, Lorena. We have Rim and more, and I will really need to close here.
Well, thank you for this fascinating panel. It's really a privilege to be here. I have two short remarks. First of all, as the panelists mentioned, there's a problem of trust in the institutions, and I think it's a global problem, right? We see it all over the world. So first question is, how is it uniquely manifested here in this area, in your view? Is it more severe than in other regions in the world? And the second question is, how do you view the concepts of blue economy and green economy as a way of drivers to include more youth and women in the labor market, because maybe we can provide youth and women with new skills vis-a-vis blue economy and green economy, especially in the Mediterranean. If we think about blue economy, there's a lot of opportunity, I think, in this field. Thank you.
Thank you, Rim.
Okay, I have a small intervention on the root causes of why rural or youth in the rural communities are not integrating in the employment sector or the labor market. It's actually the miscommunication. Going into the Jordanian perspective, many of these jobs postings are by international NGOs, and they do it in English, and most of their work are in English. But many of the youth that are living in rural communities, their English is not very well spoken or very well written. So there is a very big miscommunication between what are offered in the labor market and what these youth can actually apply and be part of the labor market.
Thank you so much for this very rich bunch of questions. So what I can do is inviting each of you to trying to go back to the questions you can address. We can also expand then in the coffee or tea break. But please, in a few minutes, maybe maximum 3-4 minutes for each of you, please address the questions you can. Let's take the same order. Rania, you go first.
Being a very gender-sensitive panel, I always speak first. Okay, so going back to the question on women and what is done and why is it, what do we do and what is it? Is it more ideological or is it more practical? Actually, it's both. There is religion that comes in. So sometimes we have to use religion as an example to incite people to accept. It is also traditions. For us, we don't know better. This is what where a woman's place is. And sometimes it is the lack of safety and security at the job place. And that's the reason why the ILO has gotten out Convention 190 on sexual harassment and violence at work, which is not easily ratified by countries because employers find it extremely hard to ensure that there is no sexual harassment and violence at work. And that when we say that, we immediately think of women and how they're treated in the world of work. And the world of work is from when they get out of the house, get on that bus or that transport and reach the workplace and work and get back. And at what time do they get back? So there is also this apprehension of a non-secure workplace where they are not comfortable. And this is why we are inciting countries more and more to sign Convention 190 and to abide by this. And interestingly, employers not in every country are willing to sign it because they cannot guarantee such a situation. So it is both ideological, confessional, and traditional, and also the safety and security that you find at the workplace. This is to answer about women specifically. to answer about the private sector and what does it do. Actually, the private sector is present in committees of vocational training, review of curricula. It is present in the social dialogue when we discuss strategies of national strategies for employment. It is present and keeps saying, we want, please give us. We want, please give us. Is the government and education, be it university, schools, or vocational training, following up to the needs of that private sector? Not sure. But what we're trying to develop now is the apprenticeship program, where young people in vocational training access the private sector and work in it for some time to acquire the skills required so that they are better placed to either remain in that enterprise if they perform, or open up their own enterprises, or find another job because they have this experience of the labor market. And our projects are, our ILO interventions for development are very much favoring apprenticeship and on-the-job training so that we give young people the flavor and what it really means to work in an enterprise. And we've gone beyond that. We've put them not only to get the competencies or the technical skills, but also to learn how to run their own enterprises. Because sometimes when they think that a business plan and a marketing manager and accountant is all that it needs, actually being an entrepreneur is much more than that. And when they live it in an enterprise, they know exactly what it takes. And it makes them think double and triple about whether to engage in self-employment or not. What to do to keep people in peripheries or outside of the cities, and to stop that that move towards the cities. We in our project deal with local economic development as much as possible. So because you've asked for practical examples, we take a region that has nothing, a very high unemployment rate, and youth completely demotivated. And we start looking at high-intensity employment projects. We call employment-intensive infrastructure works, EIIP, or programs. And we try to see how best we can involve young people into construction work or road maintenance or school maintenance or constructing hospitals, depending on a local plan that is made with the local authorities representing the government, the workers and the employers representatives of that area. All of them together, and then we look at religious leaders if there are, whoever runs that area. And that local plan defines, we want 1 school, 3 hospitals, 2 roads of 500 kilometers, whatever is needed. We actually take young people, even if it's for a short time, and that's, for instance, the concept that Morocco is very cleverly applying, which is awrash. We take young people, we train them on a specific skill. They actually do the job and get paid. And while they're doing their job and getting paid, so we are creating employment opportunities that are time-bound, we actually teach them the skill and we teach them entrepreneurship. And around all of that work, you have women feeding, you have women cleaning, you have probably other people, men also feeding sometimes. So it creates a certain economy around them, and they work. When they graduate, because these that were used to be called cash for work initiatives are not sustainable, what we try to do is accompany these young people when they get out of such project to actually transit into either social solidarity economy, which are cooperatives or business associations that they can create so that they're not alone and find themselves unable to do things because they're on their own, or enterprise development if they so wish. And today, the social and solidarity economy is being discussed as we speak now, and I think tomorrow we'll get a universal definition of what the social and solidarity is, the économie sociale et solidaire, what it means and how it's going to be implemented. Because legally speaking, we don't have the legislative framework for that, but this could be looked at as a way to transition young people, men and women, from an employment-intensive project to actually entering the labor market with the skills and becoming either entrepreneurs or members of a cooperative. Shall I continue? No.
I would suggest you keep the other answers for the coffee we need. Okay. I'm invited to wrap up soon. Thank you very much, Rania. Amar, the floor is yours.
Donc, merci pour les questions que je trouve des compléments et non pas des questions.
These are compliments of, my colleague has been able to answer the questions in order to avoid redundancies and to target the remaining questions. And the first questions bringing to bear on whether the problem of employment is limited to this classical and conventional equation, particularly to supply in demand, and so the problem of adequacy. There is a problem of inadequacy between supply and demand in terms of employment, and so, as you do know, there are subjective classification and salary-based classification. These can affect the productivity, particularly these can affect but you are right, we need not limit ourselves to the actions of targeting the supply, but we need to create opportunities linked to the number of programs, and so we need to boost and develop the private sector role. And so we need to focus also on enhancing the institutional efficiency in order to facilitate the creation and establishment of businesses. And so the institutional has an impact, quite an important impact on maintaining the sustainability of the opportunities. And so there is need to explore other paths for entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is not homogeneous. There are today there is the hybrid entrepreneurship that needs to be developed, because this is going to make it possible for individuals to engage in partnerships, and also there is a factor and a driver during this pandemic crisis. There is need to support with legislation the atypical employment. Atypical employment needs to be boosted, and so we are not looking for just standards or we need to develop understanding how the market operates, and we need to discuss with the job seekers why they engage in unemployment, and so an activity but according to the economic nature, an investment in unemployment will make it possible to a job seeker to have possibilities whereby he can get jobs. And so we need to raise and look at and explore other tracks. There is need to explore opportunities that are offered by green possibilities and green growth that will make it possible to create jobs and quality jobs, but need to explore quality jobs that can be offered by other sectors. And so another observation, which is we need to boost the development of the programs. We need not overlook to act on the personal capacities. And so there is the difference holding between the rural environment and the urban environment. It's quite difficult for rural to have access to these services. And so we need to boost the development of targeting. When targeting needs to be boosted and developed fairly and squarely. And so we need to carry out advanced studies in order to prepare the targeting right from its design to the implementation to have a sustainable employment. Thank you.
Yassine, I'm getting a bit worried because I see a lot of bullets on your paper, but just in a few minutes, if you can conclude.
غادي نحاول أنني نتفاعل شكرا على الجميع.
I would like to thank everyone who has been able to level a question to me with regard to the bullet points that I have received. And I'd like to establish a link between education and the job market. We have a problem to be solved. Orientation, youth orientation. We need to work on the mindset and in really particularly focusing on the scientific streams and the literary streams. We need not make a difference, particularly those streaming the youth, particularly. particularly we need to change the mentality, particularly that scientific streams will afford the youth better opportunities than the literary streams. And so if we not only at the national level but international level, that we're dealing with the smart cities, and so we need not just focus on the technical aspects. We need also to look at sociological aspects, and so we need to be multifaceted, particularly, and so technologists need to be endowed with the sociological skills. Streaming at the age of 15 is quite important. We need to invest in all these streams, and at the local level, particularly, we need to wage a reflection in which we involve all the stakeholders, civil society, elected councils need to be involved at the national territorial level. We need to engage them in reflection. It's not really. It's not when we consider the development of a plan that we are going to invite everyone to. No. We need to involve right from the beginning everyone. So we need to have this in mind. We need to really look at the reality on the ground so that we can focus on not only on the local but also on the regional and international. And we need to also, if we look at the economic level, and so the agricultural sector has really has been consolidated, and so but the COVID-19 has impacted negatively on the agricultural sector. There is the blue sector that is quite important, and so who are the youth working in these sectors? At least those youth that are not endowed with education. We need to focus on them, encourage them, so that we can ban and bar their migration, particularly all the incentives that they can have in order to migrate. And so how we need to focus on the new jobs and involve these youth in the new jobs so that we can ban and bar them from considering migration as an opportunity. And so I think I have discussed this in Morocco. Why not encourage youth in the North African countries to focus on Black Africa, on the south, on opportunities existing in Black Africa are much more important than opportunities in the West. And so we need to encourage these youth to consider looking at Black Africa rather than in the West. And these are some of the bullet points I wanted to share with you. We have found that women operating at home have engaged in quite many jobs, such as making pastries at home. And how can we encourage women operating at the local level, because this is an income-generating job for these women that will encourage these women to educate their children appropriately. And we need to encourage these women, so we need to increase the returns accruing from such jobs that are carried out at home. We need to encourage best practices and really consolidate the work of these women. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Donc tout simplement, c'est pour illustrer l'aspect soulevé par mon collègue qui consiste l'orientation. Moi, je pense qu'on vient de finaliser un travail sur l'évaluation de ce qu'on appelle les parcours professionnels. Parce que vous savez que le Maroc...
Labeled vocational sector. Vocational Morocco has focused on vocational training, and more particularly right from the beginning of middle school. And we have been able to follow a group of students from middle school to the school leaving certificate level. And so most of these students and their parents really consider the vocational training as really as a sort of last resort, last ditch effort. And so the students change streaming, or particularly just 1 year after they have been oriented. And so 30% of the students with a school leaving certificate really change orientations. In other ways, the question that begs for an answer, why I've stressed the importance of this is to look at another important question. When we adopt policies, we need to change the paradigm towards more constructivism. We need to optimize the spin-offs, not only in the short term, in the long term.
Thank you so much to all of you for this very promising first plenary session of a big number of sessions, not only here in Rabat, but also then in other capitals. I'd like to thank the interpreters as well for this session. We now have a 10 to 15 minutes break, and then back to the room for a working session again in 10, 15 minutes. Thank you everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please welcome Mr. Shady Al-Sharif, Research Assistant at the Information and Decision Support Center, and Mr. Yusuf Tolbi, International Relations Specialist at the Policy Center for the New South. This session will be moderated by Reem Rahab, Senior Economist at the Policy Center for the New South, and Hamza Saoudi, Economist at the Policy Center for the New South.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So I'm very happy to meet you all here for this year's EUROMESCO Annual Conference. The aim of this first working session is to discuss paper proposals on the theme of green and digital jobs as drivers of social inclusion in Morocco. I just would like to remind everyone that these proposals were selected following a call for paper to identify relevant proposals related to the themes of the 2022 edition of EUROMESCO Annual Conference. And I recall that this year, EUROMESCO launched 4 different calls for the 4 different country event. So I am pleased to be joined by Shady Al-Sharif, researcher and advisor at the Information and Decision Support Center of the Egyptian Cabinet. So Shady will be presenting or discussing a very timely topic today, that of incubating Moroccan green entrepreneurs, both covering challenges and opportunities for an inclusive ecosystem led by youth. So given the tight schedule and the busy day ahead, I will briefly remind you with some rules before giving the floor to Shady. So Shady, you will have around 10 minutes to present the main conclusions of your paper proposal, and we will follow it by 15 to 20-minute questions and answers with the audience, before giving the floor to my colleague Hamza for the second paper presentation. So without any further ado, Shady, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Reem, and thank you all for this great opportunity. It was really a great session before that, and I even ended all my papers here from taking notes. It was really insightful, and I learned a lot. And also, I'm welcoming all my colleagues here on the panel because we will all learn from each other. I will not repeat what has been said by their excellencies and by the previous panel. However, I'm quoting some words from them because they are really important when we discuss this topic. So, His Excellency Ambassador França said that no security without sustainable development and social justice. I repeat this word because this is really important when we think about this topic, because I'm not exaggerating when I'm saying that the future of our planet here and of our world is not safe without thinking about our green and digital transformation. Building on that, I'm also quoting a very interesting figure from Her Excellency, Ambassador Patricia, when she said that, according to the statistics, that 1 out of 2 of Southern youth or of Southern young people are under 20 years old. This actually shows how important the topic is and how how big the issue is actually we are facing here when we talk about incubating and helping and empowering the youth, actually, not only in Morocco but in the MENA region in general. So I'm also here talking about a topic that also includes different aspects that are very interesting here. Like the women engagement and women empowerment, and job creation and job sustainability. So, with no further ado, I would like to start, by introducing my my topic here. I don't know if it's possible to show the slides here. Okay, that's great. Okay, so the first figure here shows you how actually Morocco is doing when it comes to the green growth efficiency score. This score actually, briefly measures the performance of Morocco throughout these years until 2018. When it comes to different indicators, that mainly refers to, the green transformation or the green initiatives that the country has been carrying on throughout these years. So clearly, Morocco was doing like great job when it comes to that thing. And when we also talk about, yeah, sure. Yeah. So can I just like the previous one? So yes, also building on that, I'm just talking about the performance of Morocco or the youth percentage in Morocco and how this would be reflected when it comes to the incubation topic and the entrepreneurship topic in Morocco. So here we can see also Morocco is doing great when it comes to the highest performance in clean innovation pillar. This is a pillar developed by the MIT Technology Review. And, the score here shows how Morocco is a great country when it comes to the innovative ideas to build on to improve the youth engagement and empowerment. So that was like a brief introduction about how Morocco is doing when it comes to green transformation and how youth actually are very important aspect when we talk about the green transformation and digital transformation in general. Coming to Morocco as a case for discussing that topic, I can say that, like in a nutshell, the entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial landscape in Morocco is underdeveloped and still scattered. This is not to say that the entrepreneurial culture in Morocco is not developing, but this is to say that we need to take an action. We need to take an urgent action to push this forward and help the Moroccan youth to show their potentials and help their societies. So I would also like to emphasize the fact that there are misconceptions when it comes to entrepreneurship and when it comes to also incubation or incubating young and underdeveloped ideas like business ideas. So one of the misconceptions here are that is that when people mixing the fact that people should be independent when it comes to they have their own ideas, so that's why they can be called as entrepreneurs. However, you have young people in big companies who have also great ideas, great innovative ideas that can be incubated for future businesses and future innovative business. So here we will talk about the scattered entrepreneurial landscape in Morocco and how this can be solved. I would also be brief in that and say that the only solution for that is an integrated and an interlinked entrepreneurial ecosystem that is led by the Moroccan youth. How this can be. So this is, in a nutshell, the conclusion. But I would like to go back a little bit and say how I can see the entrepreneurial landscape scattered. When you also look into the Moroccan case in depth, you will find a lot of good initiatives. You will find a lot of support from the policymakers. Even His Majesty King Mohammed VI was pushing for the youth empowerment and for the youth inclusion during the past 3 or 4 years. However, when we think about an interlinked system that can actually help the Moroccan youth to to bring their ideas to the light and to bring their ideas and businesses to the formal economy of Morocco, we would see some obstacles and also some opportunities. So as you can see here, like also in a brief, one of the most important opportunities is that there is actually affordable access and accessible technology and connectivity in Morocco. This is with no doubt clear. We have economic and political stability relatively, in comparison to the other places in the region. We have a very young population, as we saw previously in the slides before, and I can add also something here, that we have a policy, like a support from policymakers, even it's not what we actually need, but we have the willing to support the Moroccan youth. So we can go to the challenges, because the challenges are also linked to the opportunities. So one of the challenges is the lack of the startup mindset. This is what I'm talking about. This is how actually we have misconceptions. Some people actually are still learning how they can call their ideas as like startups, how they can define their ideas as startups, and how they can bring it to the formal system that can be turned into a real business. We have a lack of growth funding and general access to capital. This is also clear and obvious when we talk about figures and numbers, because the funding that was available for the startups in Morocco for in the past 2 or 3 years also as well was not enough to bring these ideas to to the light. Was not enough to bring these companies or these startups to be successful companies. And the last challenge would be the greater legal protections and business network models. This is actually very important to mention here, because bureaucracy can be also, a double-edged weapon. But in this case, we're talking about it as a negative aspect here, because bureaucracy can hinder the youth or the young people from, succeeding in improving and growing their ideas and their businesses. So I would also add one more challenge here that I can quote it from Mr. Yassin, is trust. The trust, or the young people trust in the governmental initiatives, in the numbers that were being said by the experts and their guidance. So this, because this can be also one of my personal experiences when it comes to helping people or helping like my friends in developing their ideas or developing their young ideas or like startup ideas, is that they are not following what is being said by the government or what has been said by the older experts, because they think that they don't understand them. They don't actually understand how an online business can, be like not only profitable but also helpful for people, for even old people, not only young people. How businesses can actually help the green transformation and the green initiatives. So this can be like also a brief about the challenges. However, there is an important topic here to talk about, which is green businesses. The green jobs and green businesses. I mean here by green jobs and green businesses are the jobs that actually are aiming to protect and restore the environment and the green environment actually. Whatever the field is, agriculture, manufacture, whatever, it's only about the aim. It's only about how this job would turn the environment to a very green and a very environmental friendly place. So green jobs is not only creating opportunities for young people, but it's also can be a very good initiative for including the young people into the business environment. So I can say also that, you know, here also about another aspect that is related to green jobs is incubation, which is also the main solution that we're talking here about. And incubation here is about giving the support and the guidance or the you know, the instructions needed to by the young people to improve and grow their ideas and actually develop their businesses. So incubation is a real problem that we need to talk about, we need to tackle. And in Morocco, there is a lack of, you know, incubations, and there is a lack of, you know, as I said, interconnected system that has all aspects of, you know, youth or young people empowerment. But I would also end my presentation, because we will go to the questions, by saying that, you know, the solution for that is, has been said also by the experts before, is like a real policy system, or like a policy strategy that has a comprehensive system, like a comprehensive and interconnected system to connect all the stakeholders and all the institutions that are responsible for helping the young people and their businesses to develop, to grow, and to protect this system with the legal and with the needed frameworks to be able to build on for the future. So I will not go into further details. I will keep it for the questions. But yeah, that was like a brief about it.
Thank you.
Paper.
Thank you very much, Shadi, for your very clear presentation and argument, and for sticking to the time frame. So you reminded us how entrepreneurship is a crucial key for engaging young people in participating in the development process of their country, highlighting where climate change and sustainability issues can fit in. So I am now turning to the audience, and we can have a 10 to 15 minutes round of questions. So if anyone would like to ask a question, please ask him or her to raise their hands. Yes, so I see 2 questions here, please.
Thank you very much, Shadi. Very important, very interesting paper. I just wonder how you would bridge the gap between entrepreneurship in green economy and big industrial scale public infrastructure interventions, which might contribute to the green economy but not to the labor-intensive growth. I'm thinking about solar panel parks, for example. They are put up once, then they are cleaned once in a while, but there is no really sustainable jobs connected to that. So in that regard, I think there is the missing link to roll that out to smaller scale, like rooftop solar panels, for example. So in terms of concrete examples, how to break that down to entrepreneurial opportunities, that would be interesting for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadi, for your interesting presentation. The numbers you have shown are very revealing, and I think that the idea, what also Tina mentioned, is the climate action is landscape is primarily impacted by the governmental intervention, and the private sector and civil society are a little bit behind. So the idea of also bringing the youth initiatives on this landscape, I guess it needs trust, but also more than that, the approach of participatory approach. So before we suggest a policy strategy, we have to bring in all the stakeholders and ask them about their needs and what are the motivation or the incentives that they are waiting for in order to enter this landscape, and the idea also of sustainability, because we suffer a lot from the idea of very enthusiastic opening ideas for some projects, and then they are not sustainable for a long time, so we would miss the opportunity. So my question to you, given the numbers you have shown, that Morocco is the first Arab country in the potential for climate action through youth starts up and so on, and then Egypt is like 3 or 4 ranks behind. So my question is, how can we learn from each other, from Egypt and Morocco, and how can we complement this idea and exchange about it, and to drag some lessons and a success story to cooperate on this? Thank you.
Thank you. There was, maybe we can take one question and then revert back to you. So there was earlier, I think the lady in the front was first to raise her hand, and then we will take another round for the remaining one. Please.
Thank you, Shadi. It's very interesting to talk about green enterprises, but the mindset change that is required for young people to choose green enterprises is not easy. There is additional cost and a more expensive startup for greening that is not necessarily appreciated by young entrepreneurs who would want to engage into a business startup. So when you speak about the mindset change, there is need to be a sensitization about that cost that you incur at the beginning when you open up your enterprise that is green. But at the same time, this should be encouraged by government initiative where all green enterprises should benefit from either credit lines that are facilitating or a potential for public procurement that is enhanced for them to be able to sustain, or potentially an export market or some kind of privileges for import or export that would allow them to choose that line of business that is green instead of going entrepreneurial normal. So it would be interesting also to add to the mindset also some incentives that come from government level that should be able to encourage and help entrepreneurs choose greening as an entrepreneurial path.
Thank you very much. Shadi? Okay, so we can take one question so that to allow time for answers before moving on.
Coming from a sustainability perspective, green jobs is a very attractive, currently attractive path, but how do you do it when the infrastructure is not available in the country? When, for example, you want to go into the waste management, but you don't have the infrastructure to support it. How would you sell that to youth, saying that you should follow this path and work on ideas in the green economy or green jobs? Thank you.
Thank you all for your questions. Very great questions, and also very insightful, because they were also my questions during writing the paper. So I'd like to start with the question about how to bridge the gap. It's really important to think that we have very ambitious talk here about including and empowering youth and bringing their ideas to the light, but how we can actually go to the reality and see how we can just bridge this gap between the young mindset and the old or big companies mindset. So, and this also related to Rabha's question, because, when I thought about, reality and how this is actually difficult to achieve in a matter of time, I thought about talking looking into successful cases or stories, and how they actually managed to bridge that gap, and how they actually managed to at least develop their ideas to a level that we can say a very promising level. So one of these stories was actually two stories from Morocco itself. I don't know if we can bring the presentations back or not, but we have two cases for startups in Morocco who managed to improve their businesses and develop it to a very good position that we can say that as a promising position, and how this happened, this was through incubation. Incubators are very important to make sure of the sustainability of the idea, of the sustainability of the youth motivation to stay on that line. So incubators, we can say incubators tasks, because they are pledged to help the young people and help youth to improve their ideas and bring them to, as I said, to the light, is provide first, logistical assistance, provide guidance, expertise, even help them to fundraise, reach international organizations. Provide infrastructure, that's not as the needed infrastructure, but it's like a starting point for them to build on, and then reach big sponsors and then have the big infrastructure. But incubators are very crucial when it comes to this point. So bridging the gap is not only the task of the incubators, but it's also the task of the policymakers of the government. So how the government can do that is going to, the first point that I mentioned even in the title is the ecosystem should be led by the youth themselves, by young people themselves. How this could be possible? It's about, giving them the opportunity to find, their obstacles, to find their challenges. This is not an easy task for policymakers to decide everything for them, to even see the big picture without having their voices heard. This is very important also when it comes to find a sustainable solution for their challenge. So I thought about real cases, when it comes to also to the government helping young people and youth to develop this mindset. I'm not biased, but this was like the recent news from Egypt. The Egyptian government now is allowing startups to be, to be built or to be created only by notification. They don't have to go through the difficulties of bureaucratic, procedures. They don't have to even, provide papers, and papers are like missing, stamps and so on, so they cannot open their jobs. It's really a good initiative by the Egyptian government that would help the young people to have this mindset, as we are talking about the changing mindset here. It's not only motivating young people to go, and I'm here just shifting, to the point about the mindsets here, just because, green entrepreneurship, I mean, it's not, as we talk about entrepreneurship in general, green itself is a very promising word, but it's not understandable by most of the young people right now. Because they talk about sustainable development, they talk about climate action, they talk about even digital transformation, because in my point of view, they are very connected. But they don't have this willingness to, be involved in the action itself, be involved in having the initiative to take the lead and improve, their green or climate action. I mean, the government has also a responsibility when it comes to this part, but the young people has to be empowered enough, has to be motivated through, as we talking here about the initiatives by the government and the initiatives by international organizations to, go further, to have a step forward. Not only to stay back and just look for the, things to be better, by the government and so on, but also be engaged to give the example for the government and also for other countries that can be built on and be, the step towards a real climate action. And for the infrastructure point here, I would say that, as I was talking about the incubators, but infrastructure is really, difficult in some countries, as we know. And I don't know if, international organizations are actually have the willing to, to increase their funding for that. But I mean, the governments and the international organizations are very responsible for that, because this is not only the future of their countries, but also the future, as I said, for the planet. So having the suitable infrastructure for like solar, as you said, solar plants, recycling in industries, and also things that can be paperless. This is also really important for young people to do, like to follow, and to have, you know, because we have cases also that young people started from very simple and basic step, and then raised their ideas to be a real business, you know, and that required a lot of, you know, not only marketing for their ideas, but also fundraising from not only the government, but from, you know, private sponsors who would take it as part of their development strategies. We can talk about a lot of companies now who have this kind of climate initiatives. And I could remember one of that, actually, companies, that Starbucks, when they replaced their plastic, I don't know, like plastic things, like, I don't know how you can call it in English, but with environment-friendly material. So that was a good initiative that I know was taken by young people inside the company, because they had this, you know, motivation to have an impact in the climate action. So yeah, I would like to also take part of my colleagues' time here, but I hope that responded to some of your inquiries. The topic is really important, and we have a lot of discussions to go through. However, I would say that I'm not only talking about it as like an academic or like as a researcher here. I'm talking about it as also one of you know, such initiatives, and this is what we can see, not only because we're not only, I mean, like only in Egypt, but in the region itself, and how we can solve it. You know, that was our perspective, like to have the incubation idea and the holistic policy strategy, but also we were thinking about how we can engage the community, like the international community, into that discussion and conversation to have this sustainable solution, as we're talking about. So yeah, with no
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and yeah,
thank you. Those were
so
very good works to conclude with. I know that this topic sparks a lot of questions, and I hope that we will continue discussing these beyond this panel. So unfortunately, we ran out of time for the first presentation, and without any further ado, I'll give the floor to my colleague Hamza for the presentation of the second paper proposal.
So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friend, dear colleague, welcome another time to the Policy Center for the New South, and thank you for being with us. So, let me introduce myself. I'm Hamza Saoudi, economist at the Policy Center for the New South, and I'm thrilled to moderate today this second workshop on a timely, important question concerning e-commerce and drop shipping, not only from the economic perspective, but also from a social point of view. So we should recall that if the COVID-19 crisis has led to huge losses, both in terms of social, economic point of view, it has also represented a huge opportunity and accelerated the use of technology. You've talked in the last panel about the lack of awareness of the benefit that can be brought about technology. The COVID-19 crisis has shown that there is a huge opportunity that can be used by technology. We saw the use of technology by government to help poor, those on the need of cash transfers, those who suffer most from the pandemic. But also we saw that technology can also bring a lot of opportunities in terms of job creation by solution like e-commerce and dropshipping. So today, joining me to discuss this important question, Youssef Tobi is international relation specialist at the Policy Center for the New South. So before giving the floor to my colleague Youssef, I just want to remind you of the proceeding of this second workshop. As the first one, we'll have 10 minutes presentation, and after that, we'll have a 20-minute discussion. So Youssef, without any further ado, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Hamza. Hello to all. I would like to reiterate my colleagues' greeting. Welcome to Morocco, welcome to Rabat, welcome to the PCNS. It's a pleasure to have EUROMED here in Morocco, and and even biggest pleasure to be collaborating with you guys. So today I want to talk about this paper proposal that was accepted about dropshipping and e-commerce as factors of social inclusion. Like my colleague Hamza reminded the audience, I am not an economist. I am seeing this topic strictly from a social and political science point of view. So this is how I will be tackling the issue. Since it's still in the stage of concept note, I will share with you my methodology, how I was thinking about this paper, and how I'm envisioning this paper to be. So it's very important that to engage with me and to enrich my thinking with your questions and remarks. So my presentation will be brief. I know everyone wants to go to lunch and everyone is quite tired. So I'll give you just a plan of action for you to try to follow me, and then I'll go 1, 2, 3 to explain how I think. So the first one, I'm going to give you elements of context, the genesis of how I wanted to work on this paper, the lexicon and definition, because there are a lot of technical terms, technology-related concept. Second, I will talk about the interest and relevance of the topic, my understanding, why is the topic understudied, and how is the Moroccan state looking at these issues. And third, and lastly, I will talk about my methodology, the limits, and the research questions. Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to talk about the elements of context, the genesis. So basically, I work on the Sahel and Maghreb governance, and the past few years, I've been working a lot on political transition in Mali, in Algeria, and in Morocco. So I worked a lot on geopolitics. And as I was browsing on YouTube, the Moroccan YouTube, I saw that the big trends, the first videos and the first channels were channels of infotainment. So basically e-commerce and people doing drop shipping and tech work, selling trainings and talking about their individual success stories. And what I noticed is that a lot of these Moroccan boys and girls were coming from a lower social class. And they were narrating this success story, saying, I couldn't be integrated in the system, and thanks to technology, thanks to the internet, I am now financially independent. So I found that extremely empowering. But at the same time, as a political scientist and as someone who believes in systems and the state, I was like, is this really going to create jobs? What is the state doing for these people? And why are these people getting out of the system and having this entrepreneurship mindset that is really far away from any civic work or public work? And lastly, how can the state, how can we as political scientists integrate this trend and use it for the betterment of our country? So the second thing is about lexicon. When I say dropshipping and e-commerce, these are two complete different things, and one is negative and the second is positive. That's why I put them both in the title. Basically, dropshipping is being an intermediary between a supplier and a client without having inventory. So basically, I will pose as a supplier. I will do my online advertising. And then when you will sell from me, I will just go to the supplier and send you the product, and I will take a small interest. E-commerce, on the other hand, is all the commerce and services that are going on the internet. And this can be useful for the state. Dropshipping is something that the state and the Moroccan state is not looking with a good eye, because the Minister of Industry said that this is harming Moroccan handicraft with people importing Chinese products that are cheaper than Moroccan products. But on the other hand, the Ministry of Industry and the Moroccan state in general has been very adamant in promoting e-commerce and promoting entrepreneurship. So I'm going to be very interested in looking at this ambiguity and how is the Moroccan state investing in e-commerce, and is he integrating this issue of social inclusion in e-commerce and in creating all the initiatives that the Moroccan state has created. And I'm going to be talking about everything that the Moroccan state is doing to promote entrepreneurship and e-commerce. Second, I'm going to talk about now the interest and relevance of the topic. This is where I'm going to talk about first how the topic is understudied, and second, what the state is doing and what Morocco is doing towards this topic. First, I want to work on this because it's understudied. I haven't seen, I've done my preliminary literary review. Sorry, my English isn't as good as I thought. But I did the literary review, and there is nothing on this particular topic. And moreover, there is nothing on e-commerce in Morocco or dropshipping in Morocco. And it's quite paradoxical because the Moroccan YouTube is flooded with trainings and videos on e-commerce and dropshipping, and this is something that we as academics are not studying and not analyzing in an economical standpoint, but also in a sociological and political standpoint. So this is something I want to do, and this is something that I want to provide for the academic community. Second, I'm seeing that the state is really engaged first in entrepreneurship, and second in having a presence in the digital world. First, the Interior Ministry has given a big budget to digitalizing all the services provided to Moroccan citizens. Second, the new development model is really insisting on job creation and growth. And this job creation and growth can happen thanks to the internet and thanks to technology. So talking strictly about e-commerce, and now I'm talking as a Moroccan citizen that wants the prosperity of Morocco, we can see that the biggest companies were technological unicorns. And I dream of a Moroccan unicorn, of a Moroccan maybe Tesla or a Moroccan BlaBlaCar, and maybe encouraging e-commerce, and if the state is having proper initiatives towards e-commerce, among the thousand selling Chinese products, maybe there's going to be someone coming up with a service and is going to maybe be part of the solution of this, what we talk about, Hamza and me in the office, this jobless growth. So maybe this service, this unicorn is going to create real growth, real job creation, and this is what we hope for, and this is what I'm going to study and see if this idea is rather relevant or just a utopia. So the state has launched many initiatives. There's the last one is the Forza initiatives. The state is providing close to $10,000 for young entrepreneurs to launch their own initiatives, and this encompasses also e-commerce initiatives. Second, there's the new development model that is really focusing on youth and job creation and supporting young people entering the job market. And third, there's the brand Morocco Now that was just launched by the Ministry of Digitalization. I think there's a ministry dedicated to that. It's to say how much Morocco is focused on that. And there's this big launch of Morocco Now, which is like the digital brand of Morocco. So there is a big context, there is a big interest from the Moroccan state to invest in technology, to invest in e-commerce. So I'm gonna look at this relationship, and I'm gonna look how each of these initiatives can be integrated in this issue of e-commerce and social inclusion. How can we use e-commerce as a social inclusion factor, and how can we prevent e-commerce and technology from harming Moroccan handicraft and the Moroccan economy, and creating a safe space and a regulated space for all Moroccans wanting to invest in that sector. Third one, methodology, limits, and research questions. So my methodology is going to consist basically in not a literary review, but a YouTube review of what people are saying, what type of trainings, what are the scams, and what are the serious ones, what are the big sectors where e-commerce is flourishing in Morocco. I'm gonna try to interview some e-commerçants and people involved in this. I already know some of them, and some of them are my friends. And third, I'm gonna try to test this assumption that e-commerçants and dropshippers are from lower social classes, because this is how they sell their stories. They're saying that they come from faraway cities in Morocco, they weren't given the chance, they didn't have any diplomas, and thanks to dropshipping and e-commerce, they have attained financial independence. So this assumption is definitely going to be tested, and if true, maybe we're going to try to analyze and create an idea around this question. The limits of this paper is obviously that it's understudied. It's not really something that has a background. So maybe I'm going to make mistakes. Maybe I'm going to make false assumptions. But I think it's a good c'est un pavé dans la mare qu'on va jeter concerning this topic. So there's going to be limits of academic relevance. Am I late? I have 2 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to just conclude here. My research questions are going to consist of 3 main questions. Who are the e-commerçants, and are they from lower middle classes, and why are they selling this story of climbing the social ladder? Will this e-commerce and dropshipping be a factor of social inclusion, and can it be used by the Moroccan state to create job and growth? And lastly, is there any danger for the Moroccan economy when it comes to e-commerce and dropshipping? This is basically the 3 main points of my concept note and my ideas. And to conclude, I wanna talk also about your presentation. You talked about green jobs, and there's a big idea, and we can link technology and green jobs, especially in Morocco, because there's a big wave of legalization of cannabis in Morocco, and we can create e-commerces and online platforms to send CBD products and those products from the local farmers directly to international customers. So maybe this is going to be the next unicorn. Maybe that's going to be the next big thing in Morocco, and that can create something that's going to be counted in the Moroccan GDP. So this is just an idea here, and to conclude and maybe stimulate you a bit. Thank you.
So thank you, Youssef. You've raised an extremely important element on the benefits of e-commerce and dropshipping, especially its crucial role for social mobility. So from an economic point of view, so in Morocco we talk a lot about job creation, growth, jobless growth. But the problem when we ask people why you don't go to entrepreneurship, there are 3 main reasons. So the first reason is access to land. It is costly to access to land, costly to have, you need to have capital, you need to have access to market. But what is important about these technologies, e-commerce or dropshipping, you don't need land, you don't need capital, you don't need and with these technologies you can access to the market, not only at the national level, but regional and the global level. So these are elements that's gonna bring huge opportunities at the job creation. And of course, yes, there aren't studies here in Morocco, but at the international level, there are a lot of things that has been done in that sense. And just, I will use my power just because I'm the moderator, just to ask you a question, Youssef. So for you, what do you think are the best policies to create an enabling environment for the development of e-commerce and dropshipping? Just some recommendation. I know that you're just thinking about the paper, but if you have any...
Okay, yeah, of course. Thank you for your comments. So basically, I'm a big proponent of state interventions, and I do believe that the state has to be there, not omnipresent, but when you see the big success stories of all the big industries and the big brands, there always has been a help from the state. It can be in different forms, in forms of tax exemptions. It can be in form of conglomeration, trying to bring all the actors together in one table and create one big actor. The third thing can just be regulation, just creating a safe, regulated space for everyone to work without fear of being robbed or anything else.
Okay, thank you, Youssef. Just we have 10 minutes. Maybe we can take some question before wrapping up this session. So yes, there is a question. And the second, yes. Okay.
Thank you so much for the former presenters and to you as well. It was very interesting. And I would like to ask a question. Maybe it was partly answered already, but I am not sure. That when you ask the question, who are the e-commerçants? In the Gulf, there was a very interesting experience that women started to do a lot of work over the internet, where they couldn't move around so freely and so on and so forth. And here it was mentioned, I think, Shadi, probably you mentioned that, or maybe it was in the first presentation, that the family is keeping women back. Now, if the women are kept back at home, e-commerce would be a channel open even to them, based on the findings that we have already seen in the Gulf. especially on the women's side. So will you look at this perspective, because you said that you are dealing with the society and political science as well? Thank you.
Yes. Yes. We can take 2 more questions.
Actually, my point was similar, since I was wondering whether you would, can you hear me? Yeah. Whether you would include the gender perspective in your paper, since as we were reflecting in the first panel, it might be a way to include the women in the job market, but on the other hand, and I was just reflecting here, it could also be a way to somehow limit women inclusion in society and women empowerment, and services dedicated to maybe promote women independence outside just of the family network. We were talking before about, for example, préscolaire and tout ça. But if we promote women working at home, that would mean that women will stay at home and like taking care of the family while working. So this can be, of course, something to enhance their independence, but also to hamper their independence on the other hand. So I think it's maybe a tricky angle to look at. Thank you.
Another question here. And the other one.
Thanks. At first, I would like to congratulate all the panelists for their presentation. I want to ask Mr. Toby about your methodological approach. Did you interact with the you based on YouTube literature review? Did you interact with YouTubers, or just you have analyzed the presentation, the video of YouTubers? I would like to explain more about which indicator did you use when you analyzing the video YouTube. This is why I want to explain more, because I think it will be more interesting to know how methodological approach did you use. Okay, thanks.
Maybe one last question.
Yeah, thank you very much on the digitalization topic. That's very dear to my heart, and I'm really thrilled to see that there is more research coming along on that, and you're definitely asking the right research questions and questioning that narrative of this self-built man or woman is really essential, I feel. I was wondering what is really innovative about it in a way. So thinking about digitalization, it's what you're describing is basically trading something that exists outside and bringing it to Morocco. So in that way, isn't it a way of not really, well, it's not in the responsibility of a state, but it's just adding to perhaps precarious, informal employment. People are building their own careers, so perhaps it's just a way or to push the responsibility from state investments, from state. Well, infrastructure has to be there, but except for that, it's not. And on this innovative point, it reminds me of the ride-hailing businesses like Uber. Of course, it boosts effectiveness and efficiency, but in a way, it doesn't. Well, it's just by technology. It doesn't add to people's skills in such a big way. It doesn't lead to another career. It's just to bridge to the next step, hopefully. And in the worst case, it might lead to people de-skilling actually and not finding their definite spot in the labor market later on. Thank you.
So Youssef, you have 2 questions on women, the role that technology can bring to women, especially those working at home, and the one on the methodology, and the last one on the precarious. Are there a precarious job or sorry?
Yeah, I think we're running out of time, right? So I'm going to be very brief. I'm not having a gender-based approach simply because this topic is understudied and I'm still moving in the dark concerning this. So having a gender-based approach would be too specific and would lead me maybe the wrong way. But maybe for a second paper or another research based on the findings, maybe we can have a gender-based approach. I know that a lot of Moroccan women are creating cosmetic micro brands. Actually, my cousin is having one, and she created the online store, and everything is online. And there's many micro brands that women created, and that is completely created from start to end by women. So it is really interesting to look at the link between digital jobs and women empowerment. The second about methodology, yes, I'm looking at some e-commerce, and I already know them. Actually, my cousin, but also a friend of mine who created sportswear micro brands. So I'm going to try to interview them and see how they work within that space. When it comes to YouTubers, some of them are too big to reach. So maybe I'm going to see if there's someone with not much subscribers, and maybe we can talk about that type of aspect, the infotainment, training, etc., etc. So this is indeed a very interesting question. When it comes to precarity, yes, this is something I look at, and that's something that worries me, because I do believe in real careers. I think. I didn't give you a lot of numbers, so let me give you just quick numbers. There's 12.3% unemployment rate in Morocco, and it has risen since the pandemic by approximately 1% each year. And the needs, the men and women who don't have either education or employment and are not willing to either educate or employ, are close to 2 million people. And these are people from 15 to 24. So I actually don't think that e-commerce is going to absorb all these people. I'm just looking at the link, and I'm just thinking maybe we can create jobs through this e-commerce. Maybe it can be something of social inclusion. But as an academic, I only make assumptions. I don't make judgments. We're going to test it, and we're going to see if it's the case or not. And the future will tell us if it is positive or negative. Thank you.
So thank you very much, everyone. So we can wrap up. Thank you, Youssef, and thank you for our panelists for the discussion and for the presentation. Thank you for your time.
Bon appétit.
معاكم بعد جلسة الغداء، لأن دي طبعا بتبقى الجلسة الأصعب. أنا اسمي رابحة علام، بشتغل في مركز الأهرام للدراسات السياسية والاستراتيجية بالأهرام.
Hold on. The session we are going to start today, it pertains and it is associated. There's no problem. There's no problem. You can go ahead. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Would like to thank you immensely for your presence. This is going to be a second general session, and in which we are going to discuss the inclusiveness of women, the challenges and opportunities, particularly in standing in the way of their inclusion, and so in the MENA region and North Africa. And we shall try our luck to know what are the main obstacles standing in the way of women's inclusion, and what are the opportunities that can be grabbed, so that we can really involve and have more stability and be inclusive for women. And we have three speakers in the panel, and so we will kickstart this event with Hayat Shubaki. Hayat is a researcher, and she's coordinating quite many projects in the Asian Europe program, and she's going to talk to us about try to provide us with insights and about the work that you are carrying out in the MENA region. What are the figures that you have available? And so you have 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. Well, thanks very much indeed, Rabha. Once again, my name is Hayat Al-Shubaki. I am in the Social Justice Pillar, West Africa, North Africa Institute. She's shifting to English. No, not at all. So with regard to we come from different walks of life, whether Arab or non-Arab countries, and so particularly, I can give you 2 minutes so that you can provide us with insights about women's participation in your community. You have 1 minute to provide us with the percentage of women, particularly that are involved in the social sector in your respective country. Shall I give you 1 minute or more minutes? More minutes, so that you can provide us with figures on. So that we can get to know that really women's participation in the economic sector and the social sector in the Arab countries. How many women? What is their percentage? The percentage. 30% of women in Morocco. So this is the women's economic involvement in Morocco. How much? 15% in Jordan. Really, the women's economic involvement in Jordan does not exceed 15%. 1/5 of the labor force in Egypt is made up of women, amounting to 22%. I shall speak in French. I will analyze the figures, and during it was before COVID-19 hit 26%. After COVID, it went down to 19%, and so the rates are very low, and so the participations. We have the lowest rate of women's participation on the globe, and in this North African and Middle East portion of the world. Any other intervention? 19%. Any other from countries that are of non-Arab origin, countries. Does anybody wish to provide us with insights? What I wanted to really disseminate as women's low participation in the economic sector is not peculiar to the Arab world and North African countries, but this is the same. Women play a major role in the healthcare sector and in the education sector in the Arab world, and so. But then the political and economic participation of women is very low. Particularly, or women in the decision-making positions is also very low in the Arab world, and so we have percentages that reflect the economic situation of women in the Middle East. From ESQA, women occupying an important position in the economic sector is very low compared to the rest of the world, and so particularly Arab countries and their women and the participation of women in the economic and social sector are very low, and so they did not exceed 21% in 2017, and so 74% of men, really, this is the rate of their participation in the economic and social, in the economic sector. And so quite many women in the Arab world really are involved in unsteady and jobs and particularly non-organized or in the informal sector. Many of women, there is lack of social protection. These women do not enjoy social protection, or at least women who are unemployed unemployed in the Arab world amount to 39%. This is on the basis of the figures of 2017, and I'm sure that the rate of these women has gone down after the pandemic, and so women's participation in the economic and social sector has also seen a decrease, and so women in key social positions is also very low compared to men, and women's access to property, particularly, is very low, amounting only to 7%, because women's participation in the agricultural sector reached 60% in Sudan and lower portion in Morocco and Mauritania, and so, but still, women's access to property and ownership, land ownership, is very low. And so, women involved in informal sector is quite high, between 45% and 75% of women are involved in the informal sector, and particularly there is all these women do not enjoy social protection because they work in the informal sector, and also they do not benefit from social security and social welfare, and particularly then quite many women involved in the informal sector do not benefit from a pension payment after retirement, and so quite many are not involved in organized work. These are some of the percentages during the pandemics. So the pandemics of Corona has worsened the case of women. They do not benefit from any social protection, and there are not programs that have been made available in order for women to cope with the pandemics appropriately. And so these are some Well, thanks very much indeed, Hayat, for it's quite important that we see figures so that we can analyze these figures in an appropriate way, and particularly what are the obstacles standing in the way of boosting the development of socioeconomic development of women, more particularly in the Arab region. And so we are going to move now to Zainab Bouba. And you are Zainab Bouba. You are the head of the Economic and Financial Report and Gender Budget Report Department from the Moroccan Ministry of Economy and Finance. So if we can benefit from your relevant experience so that you can provide us with the nitty-gritty of this Moroccan situation, particularly if there are figures that can be used in order to make a comparison between Is the presentation available? She's going to shift to French to make her presentation. Please go ahead. We are here to interpret. But your microphone is muted, ma'am. Can you unmute your mic? No, we can't hear. Your microphone is muted. Thank you. Thank you. Lovely. So first, I would like to thank immensely Policy Center for the invitation extended to me to take part in this seminal conference. I'm honored and privileged to take part and to present you, ladies and gentlemen, the conclusions, the main conclusions accruing from the study that was carried out by the Ministry of Finance and Industry, the Department of to which I'm affiliated, and so in collaboration with the European Union and the French Agency for Economic Development. And so this is a study that we have been able to carry out in view of providing you with the context, and the context is marked by the fact. So why this study? At the global level, all the studies and analyses have shown that at the global, all the countries that have been able to reduce the inequalities and have been able to make breakthrough from and despite the efforts that were made by Morocco for the last 2 decades in order to reduce these inequalities, the question that begs for an answer for women's access to economic opportunity remains below the expectations, and this was proven. All the rate of participation in the active labor force is quite low, and so this is decreasing by leaps and bounds, and this has been worsened by the COVID crisis that has really made women more vulnerable, and so the country is deprived of an important potential, particularly women's potential and human competency, and so it is underexploited because this generates losses sustained by growth, and these are the reasons that have been that have underpinned carrying out this study to gauge the reality on the ground. She's speaking so fast. As I said, as I've highlighted, particularly with regard to what has been presented by our colleague from Jordan, Morocco really is undergoing a similar situation with a rate of activity that does not go beyond 20%, a very low rate of women's involvement, and so which locates Morocco which locates Morocco with the lowest activity. And so this is not in connection with the economic characteristics and economic in view of the fact that we don't notice the same trends taking place as was highlighted by my colleague from Jordan. So the same characterization. And for the case of Morocco, we need to eliminate urban employment disaggregated on the basis, as has been highlighted already, at the rural employment is dominated by the agricultural sector, which highlights the vulnerability and the precariousness of this sector in the rural world, and so it the national economy, there is a progress in the urban world, particularly with regard to employment and in the service sector. And so this is quite important, is that the urban world, women have access to wages, and particularly, and so the issue of winning or earning a decent wage is quite important, particularly women in the rural world really engage in quite a lot of activities in the rural sector. I can only confirm my colleagues from figures from Jordan, particularly with regard to the global the MENA world, including Morocco, are located below the level, particularly with regard to the active population's involvement, which is a source of worry. The source of worry comes from vulnerable employment, particularly, but this not preclude that this part remains quite important compared to other countries. The data that are used here are the ILO's data, particularly, and so they don't belong to the High Commissioner for Planning of Morocco. What are the reasons underpinning this? She's shifting to Arabic again. Can I deal with the factors underpinning? We can address this in the other workshop, but I will stop at this very level. And so, what are the drivers behind the decrease of activities? But then we are going to use quite a lot of statistics in order to paint the canvas of the reality on the ground of women's involvement in employment. Thanks very much indeed for your contribution. And although she was speaking at a very fast level, and so shifting to English.
The German Development Institute, and we want to ask you, based on your research in the MENA region, especially in the Mashriq and so on, what is your insight about the main barriers that prevent women from accessing to labor market, and if the conflicts and the crisis, especially COVID crisis, has impacted this safe access of women to the labor market, or there are some opportunities that came to the surface during the crisis. So.
Thank you very much for this friendly introduction. And yeah, I won't present any figures. I think we had a lot of figures so far, but I really want to make a statement for a holistic picture as we deal with well, basically half of the society, and always when we talk about women participation in the labor market, it is an important topic, but we shouldn't forget about the male population as well, in the regard that when we have support programs for women representation in the labor market and women jobs, the men are also watching, and they also want to have a share in these programs, and I think it can be beneficial, and it has to be thought together also in terms of the household, intra-household barriers that might exist to women employment. As you asked me about the crisis, I'm in my research more familiar with the refugee crisis around Syria. And the pressures this exerts on the labor markets of the region, especially on Jordan, and the pressures and the opportunities it also entails for women refugees, which sounds on first glance a bit strange, as women are a vulnerable group, and they are marginalized twice when they are displaced. So as migrants, as refugees, and as women. So they are very often subject to gender-based violence, and they very often, in Jordan at least, the share of female-headed households is huge. So they very often have to take the full responsibility of their household income. And in that, there is, of course, also an opportunity, as they have much more responsibilities as they would have otherwise had if they stayed at home. And in that, there need to be, of course, the right instruments from national policy and also from international organizations to help to provide social protection on the one hand to enable these women to actually make the right choices and to also become more active members of their communities and potentially also of the labor market. In our research, we looked at one such instrument of social protection, the cash for work programs that Rania this morning alluded to as well. She called them employment intensive labor programs. So we looked at them and we wanted to know whether they actually change the gender roles inside the communities where they are applied. So and what we found is that actually for all of the population it's a social protection scheme, but for women it's also an active labor market policy. Because for that group, it's very often the first employment ever they have access to. It provides them with new experiences. So it's kind of activating a hidden labor market reserve that wouldn't be on the market otherwise. The difficulty, however, is that it's very often temporary. So there's this added labor or added worker effect that people, especially refugees, women refugees make a choice to be active in these or apply for these cash for work programs, but not with a sustained plan to move into employment afterwards. So, but it's rather born out of the economic necessity. So it would be key to provide further steps ahead to bring them into the primary labor market. And that's obviously a big shift, but I think this example could also be applied to, as you asked about the COVID crisis, social protection schemes, to make them more active, to make them more shifting towards active labor market instruments, especially with a women quota, and that brings them into employment. And also there's a chance in if I stay with the cash for work programs for a while to have a participatory approach. We talked about that this morning as well, and here you can talk with the wider community about the infrastructure that will be created, and in doing so, it's actually bridging to give also the women that are employed there and the women in the community more visibility and more voice and more ownership of what they're actually doing inside this employment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that you talked about the redistribution of gender roles in time of crisis and how can we build on that to replan this kind of distribution. So and not to have it as a precarious condition during the crisis. So I turn to you, Hayat. لو ممكن تكلمينا عن
It's possible to talk to us about what are the main obstacles that you have seen in the study that you have carried out that prevent women from access to the labor market, You know, how can we communicate these obstacles in a crisis period, and how we can create because if there is any progress really in the women's status, then will make it possible to really make progress, or perhaps this will stop with the end of the crisis. If we talk, what are the challenges or the root reasons, particularly that stand in the way of women's involvement in the economic and social sector, there are quite a number of factors, and I'm sure we cannot cover all the challenges, and this is a challenge in itself, lack of time, and so. But we need to take into consideration that challenges standing in the way of women are not the same. Women facing these problems in urban areas are not similar to those working in the agricultural sector in the rural world or in the industrial sector. Not necessarily the women, migrant women, they are facing challenges that are different from the challenges facing girls. Every community has its own peculiarity and specificities, and this impacts really the role played by women's socioeconomic development, so that we can shorten we need to look at the reality on the ground, particularly and develop understanding before women engage in labor, and particularly women engage in marriage. So before the labor market's involvement of the women have to benefit from good education. Do we have good education targeting the community of women, particularly the women that drop out of school at the primary? Are women engaged in fostering their skills through labor programs in the Arab governments? And we have between 70 to 100 million women, particularly 60 to 80 women really are not involved. Particularly early marriages are one of the main reasons banning and barring women from socioeconomic development, and this impacts negatively on education and also in order to facilitate women's access to labor, and particularly inching into the labor sector. How many women do have competencies that will make it possible for them to inch into the labor market appropriately? We know that there is a weak presence of women in the decision-making process, and particularly then women do not have the necessary competencies that are part and parcel of being accepted in the key positions. So we need also to look at the environment of the work environment. The work environment, which women undergo quite a lot of sexual harassment, particularly. And there are also limitations from a legal perspective. Particularly women are subject to harassment, and women do not enjoy all the freedom, the legal freedom. Particularly, we don't have legal frameworks that are appropriate that target the protection of women against sexual harassment. And so gender inequalities, particularly in the salaries, then salaries paid to men are higher than salaries paid to women. And particularly, women are paid very low salaries, but there are some women who might benefit from high salaries, but they are few and far between, and compared to. And so I have statistics, particularly 1 out of 5 women has been subject to sexual harassment in Lebanon and Iraq, particularly. And also, so if we go to the labor market, and so there is also, women really suffer from transportation problems, particularly when the transport system is a crucial and complex problem. Particularly, we need efficient transportation means and make them available for women, particularly women in the rural world. They use these means of transportation, and so particularly and this is on the basis of these studies that we have been able to make. Quite many women are banned and barred just because they have to pay quite a lot for transportation to come to the workplace, and this has a direct relationship with the position of women refusing to engage in work because of the difficulties sustained by in the transportation system. Marriage, really, in Kurdistan, Jordan, statistics from Jordan, particularly. Women, once they are married, then they are banned and barred from working outside. And so there are cultural elements that ban and bar women from involving. There is need also for more coordination, particularly this forced, particularly pregnancy. Women do not enjoy, do not have really, they don't have places that are ensure the protection of their infants and siblings. Particularly women with children are really treated differently. And so if we are, I would like to talk about opportunities. The pandemic of COVID has shown the relevance of women. Women have become the mothers, the doctors, the guides, and particularly if ever a member of the family is really contaminated with corona, then mothers and women really are the sole protector. Then really, why do not women enjoy particularly and benefit from services while staying at home? Particularly as they spend quite a lot of time we need to revisit and review quite a number of things. At least COVID-19 has shown that quite many women are exposed to quite a lot of problems, and so particularly women really have shown their worth. These are some of the challenges that I have tried to summarize, and really they are. Why are they available in the Arab world? Human rights. We need the CEDAW, fighting against discrimination. The CEDAW really convention really has been ratified quite many Arab countries: Libya, Morocco, Lebanon, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Comore Islands, Emirates, Djibouti, Mauritania, Qatar, and Palestine. 2 countries did not ratify this, Sudan and Somalia. Many of the Arab countries that ratified this convention, the CEDAW convention, ratified with some reservations on some articles, on some clauses, particularly, and so particularly such as given the citizenship to their children, particularly that since they are married with foreign males, and so these countries have really we don't have any improvement in the local laws, particularly on. So we need to ratify the international instruments and natural and international instruments in order to really. In order to enhance the protection. There is also a vacuum of the legal framework to ban and banish really punishment against women. In Jordan, there is a labor law that was made available, particularly to that defined the need, what women need, particularly if they have children, for really worthy of protection. And so we don't have implementation laws or organic laws to facilitate the implementation of this. Should these laws be available, we don't have really organic laws that will see the implementation fully and squarely of this law. And so unfortunately, so far, despite all the efforts that have been made in order to deal and ban sexual harassment against women, and then there are quite the law in Jordan, then they have not been able to fully define what does sexual harassment boil down to, but in the Jordanian law. And so we need to create a safe environment for women, and we need to enable these women so that they can fully and squarely defend their rights, particularly to deal with the sexual harassment that women are subjected to in the workplace. And then there are still preconceived ideas that are still available, not only at home but outside in the community, and particularly women are banned from decision-making positions. We have seen the number of women's representation to go down in Jordan, and so the women's representation has decreased in Jordan, and also has gone from 19% to 11%. Women have been able to secure 15 seats in the Jordanian parliament, while they occupied before this 20 seats in the pandemics. The pandemics has decreased women's representation, particularly, and has decreased women's involvement, socioeconomic development, and so. I have tried as much as possible to talk about the opportunities and challenges. Challenges really have come far superior than opportunities. And indeed, you have talked about quite important bullet points, particularly not necessarily just the ratification of international conventions in but reality is about to change in the Arab world, and but the organic laws that will help implement these laws, although they are deficient, and even if the laws are drafted, then we need. If there is lack of the political willingness, then these laws will never see implementation. Really, can you talk to us about the Moroccan context and what are the achievements, expected achievements, more particularly in the for women in the labor force here in Morocco? While
Thank you very much to my colleague who spoke earlier. And I just wanted to say that Morocco is one of the countries that ratified the CEDAW with its additional protocol. Very much so. We need to make an effort of harmonization of international organizations with national legal provisions and regulations, but if there is no international mechanism to harmonize international laws with national laws, it will be very difficult. So what we need is a full involvement that could be operational to materialize all these commitments. I will share with you, if I may, the state of the art in Morocco on this question, as well as all other factors that could be at the source and origin of the drop of women in labor market and active population. And it is pretty much identical to what our Jordanian colleague said. It's 100% identical, even on the transport sector. It means that we are experiencing very much the same situation on the women participation in political life, in social life, and economic life.
Donc, par rapport
Now, if we look at the main factors that impact significantly the participation of women in active population, in the framework of our studies, we have worked on the general population census, data, and we have extensively worked on urban population data by excluding students, girls and boys, and we focus on the choice of employment compared to the education and education system. So the results confirm 100% the results and outcomes that have been highlighted by the Jordanian representatives. So the rate of divorced women and single women is still high compared to married women. This means that there is no structure that could assist women when they have when they are married and they have children. So there is no daycare, for example, for the children. So the study highlighted the number of children that are managed by the mother, and this is a real challenge limiting access of women to labor markets. Also, the probability and likelihood that women access to labor market drops. But when a woman is married to a man who is unemployed, access to labor market increases because this is an additional income or source of income, and this is a universal trend. And access to women in education, the more educated are women, the more empowered they are, and the more independent and autonomous they are. So in terms of economic status of the partner, as long as the partner has a high level status with the university degree, and the probability of women to access the job and labor market is high. And also the partner employability increases, and the quality of the employment of the partner also increases the access of women to the labor market. And lastly, but not least, the number of women in a household increases and contributes extensively to the likelihood of women having access to the labor market. This means that women are decision makers within their homes, and if women are actually decision makers within their households, this means they can actually easily access to the labor market, and this relates to the general decision-making capabilities and powers of women. Now, in order to confirm what we have studied before and what we have analyzed it, now we need to materialize it in comparison to the impact of women's participation to the economic life, impact of women on growth, and on the standard of living. Is there an actual impact of women's participation in the active population on the economic growth and social development? So in the framework of our studies, we have spent some time position in Morocco, compare a benchmark in Morocco to other countries on the rates of activity of women and the GDP per inhabitants, which reflects the standard of living. So this is in a shape of U internationally by way of standard. And if we compare Morocco to other countries, and we have a relationship of a U shape, and this is the positioning of Morocco. This means that the activity rate of women in Morocco is lower to what it should be compared to its development level. And Morocco has higher rates, namely for countries who have similar standard of living and quality of life. So this has been confirmed once again by a small exercise of economic exercise comparing the activity rate of women, the GDP, the average world rate. This means that the rate of activity that Morocco should reach is 42.1%. This means that Morocco is to actually fill in that gap in terms of rating. And this is a source of another concern. We need to fill in a gap, but at the same time, we have a drop that is ongoing and continued drop of the activity or labor activity of women. This gives us a shared idea of the constraints and challenges that we need to overcome in terms of gaps and disparities between men and women on the labor market. This means that Morocco is losing growth rates, and this is growing increasingly without going through the details of the methodology that we have used to study this. What comes out from this exercise is that on the industry, in the industry sector, if we can mitigate the gaps in terms of activity and employment in the industry in Morocco, we can increase or rather mitigate the gaps between men and women of 25%. And this could actually increase the industrial value added by 2.6% compared to the current rates, namely since 2019. I'm not going to dwell on the details of the methodology that has been used to really assess the impact of these disparities on the national activities, namely industry, agriculture, as well as tertiary and services. If we can mitigate the disparities or the gaps by 20% in all these sectors, we could likely increase the GDP from 8.8 to 13%, and this increase could reach 35.5% compared to the current GDP. So this is to showcase what we can achieve if we can actually mitigate the gaps on the labor market. And there was a very important point highlighted by all participants, namely the EU ambassador and Mrs. Rania Belghazi, and that is the issue of vocational training and valorization of human capital. So in order to address this issue, we have done it through access of women through education. If we could mitigate the gaps of education, access to education, and this, of course, will have a very positive impact on women empowerment and labor and access to the labor market, and also a very positive impact on the creation of wealth. This will allow us to, if we can reduce the gender inequality in education, as well as reducing the employment gaps on the labor market, this will allow us to increase the GDP per habitant by 9.9%. And if we can get rid of all the gender inequalities on the labor market and gender inequalities in the education, this will allow us to gain or increase the GDP per habitat of 39.5%, almost 40% compared to the current rates recorded by Morocco. So, by way of conclusion, the fact that Morocco is witnessing low activity rates and that are going downwards, this makes Morocco lose growth digits. But if we can actually invest on women human capital and invest in human capital in terms of access to education, training, and vocational training, on-job training, health, as well as allowing women to start their own enterprises, this will allow us to achieve a greater wealth and well-being. These are, in a nutshell, the conclusions of the studies that we have working on. And we have also worked on a paper, and I wanted to highlight some of the main conclusions of this paper that we have published on the materialization of the objectives of the new development model that is calling for the involvement or access to women in the activity rate to achieve 40% or much higher rates, which will double, according to several scenarios, the GDP per inhabitant. This is to showcase that this issue of gender inequality reduction is not only about limiting it or reducing it to a social dimension. It is indeed a right. It is not a privilege. It is a fundamental right, but it is also about inclusivity and growth digits and well-being and social welfare for all societies. This is an emergency situation. It really requires a full engagement of all stakeholders. I'm so sad to see the room well, empty, because we need everyone on board. We need all the decision makers of the countries to really focus on this issue, because this will allow us to achieve a well-being for all our societies. Thank you. Zainab?
لأنه لو بنتكلم على إنه الدمج الكامل للنساء في سوق العمل هيؤدي إلى الزيادة.
Yes, this is very interesting because I assume that all our societies need that we think very seriously about these recommendations.
If you are considering a full inclusion of women in the labor market, and how should we shape this market to be more friendly and able to attract women's participation? And let me be more specific. Do we need to reshape the social contract in our region, maybe by emphasizing a multiplicity of actors, specifically civil society? And are we in need to emphasize also some smart solution or green solution in order to attract women to come and stay in the labor market? Please.
Yeah, thank you very much. On the role of the state and how we should, how social contracts should be reshaped, I think that's a very salient question, and this has moved the new German government to actually introduce what they call a feminist development policy, and also a feminist foreign policy. It's not yet fully defined, so we are still able to fill that with life. And I think also they are more attentive to civil society actors on the ground, and to really, constructively shape a new social contract. By social contract, that's something the German Development Institute has been looked closer to, and we define it as an arrangement, informally and formally arrangement of duties and rights and duties exchanged between members of society and the state, or the sovereign, the government. And especially on the government duties, we identified 3 Ps, as we call them. The first P is protection. The second P is provision of public services, health, education, what have you. And the third P is participation. And I think when you bring that to play in regard to the female population, it's particularly salient, and if you look at the labor market in the same vein, because for a long time the social contract was marked by what you could call a provisionist social contract. So the state really provided for a lot of things. They also protected the people. They provided all general services. And they also provided very often guaranteed public sector jobs. And as you all are aware of, a lot of women went into these were attracted to these jobs. So when the social contract changed, when there was not enough money available anymore to go on with that model, people were supposed to move to the formal labor market or the informal labor market, private private formal or informal labor market. And in both these sectors, the women were disadvantaged in a way. For the formal sector market, the formal private sector, of course, the employers were a bit hesitant to take on women as labor force. They had a whole range of young men to choose from? Why should they choose a woman who might be out of the labor force for a long while, being pregnant, raising the kids? So it's of course also from the point of view of the entrepreneurs that the mindset has to change. And for the informal labor market for women, that's very often the very jobs that are considered inappropriate and unsafe for women. So in the end, with this social contract moving away from the public sector job creation to the other sectors, women were structurally disadvantaged. So that's where, when we now consider second part of the question, green economy and digital economy, there might be some chances in especially for women to move into that. So when you look at especially the digital enhanced jobs, let's put it like that. We discussed that in the other sessions as well. I think it's for women, it has to be framed, taken up and framed right now, and it has to be looked at the moment, because it has both high risks and high opportunities for women in particular. As you all know, women are considered vulnerable, and very often they don't have the skills, and they also don't have the digital skills perhaps to be involved in this labor market and this sector of the labor market particularly. But having said so, they are also most likely to reap the opportunities. As we said this morning, the digital labor market is especially flexible. You can kind of try to make it fit with other duties, avoiding a double burden on the women, as we said this morning as well. They don't have to, it shouldn't mean that women then take on wage labor and raising the kids, but it might help to make it more flexible, in at least in bridging the gaps. Also in formal private sector jobs, entrepreneurs should be more aware that there are these remote possibilities. If one of the kids is ill, can't go to kindergarten, why not allow the mother to switch in that digitally? And so there's more flexibility also for the entrepreneurs, and I think we have talked a lot about digital skills for women and for youth today, but we should also talk about digital skills for entrepreneurs, and to kind of show them the opportunities that lie there. So it's a mixture. And the second point on digitalization, why I think it's particularly interesting for women, it also can provide safety. If you think about ride-hailing services like Uber or Karim, they have this tiny track my ride function. So a lot of women are actually using it. Why not? Well, it provides additional safety. More women are able to commute to work using these services. And one could even think about women working more in the public sphere, but having a backup solution kind of with digital devices if they need support, if they think they're not alone out there. But that's just some ideas I wanted to put out here. So I think we should really continue to tackle labor supply challenges, skills of women, and so on. But we also must not forget to have a return on that investment, on all the education, on all the skills you have been trained on. There's also the need to focus more on labor demand and on entrepreneurs and also the public sector to be more aware how to build more labor-intensive programs and to really create employment instead of just looking for
economic growth, which is also important for employment, but it's not the same thing. So there can be, yeah, so there's a trade-off between that, so, and I want to close with that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tina. Yeah, that was a very important point, because it's given it is a kind of a trade-off. Usually we sacrifice women participation for the sake of the course, but as Zainab has clarified, the potential we lose by not fully including women in the economy, we should take it as a target. So there are gains out there also. Thank you for all our panelists. Now we're turning to the floor for comments and questions. And since the panel was really extremely gender unbalanced, I also encourage men in the in the room to ask questions and to interact. Please, Elizabeth.
Thank you very much. I think the conference is building up and we are getting more and more and more into the subject. Thank you, all three of you. I just wanted to listen in, but I have questions and remarks as well. So the first question is, which was a little bit referred to, but I would be interested that if you have all the figures about women participation in work and the job market and so on, it would be interesting to put together a similar table of data on women participation in politics. And you referred to it, and Zainab referred to it also, but maybe it would be nice to see the figures, and maybe we would be surprised to see that, especially in some countries where there is a quota for women participation, it could be more in politics, especially in municipal politics, but maybe also on the national level. So I am just saying this is not very much work, but would look nice. Huh? And especially because we are saying that this is about participation and representation of women. So I think that this maybe would not be too much work to do. The question is that, do you plan to do something? And the other question related to it, I was thinking of it, that the right to vote, and this may also go hand in hand. I have the feeling that in the former socialist countries, everywhere women could vote and can vote. I know that there are some other Arab countries as well, so I do not want to say that there are none, but we also know that there are other countries where there is not even elections. Yeah? So if you can find maybe a kind of a correlation of women participation where they do have the right to vote, or where they don't. So maybe in the entrepreneurship they are more active than officially as they can. So I would be interested in that. And then the remark which Zainab and Tina, you led me to. It is a very complex topic of social contract, sociology as such. If the family is still the basic unit of the society, are we aware that there is a big social change undergoing from a one household maintainer model to a two household maintainer model? We have undergone that in our socialist period when everyone had to work. Everyone was obliged to work by the government. And then the government question comes in, the state as the provider. And I think that this must have a huge impact on social development as such. So it is not just that women should be there, women should be given equal rights, women should get equal pay, but are we aware that we are pushing this way to another social model, which I am not a sociologist, but I can feel that. And I think, Tina, you were saying that if the state is the provider of jobs, I remember a few years ago in Egypt, the IMF came and said that you have 8 million public servants, sack 2 million, because that is and obviously you cannot. So this is such a huge bunch of economy, politics, local politics, social, sociological, cultural, gender, whatnot, topic that I am afraid that it's above us. We have to push to the good direction, but I am not sure that I want to force every family to be able to live only if both sides are working, because this is the implication in the end. This is the implication, and then the split families and so on. So I am not sure. In principle, yes, but otherwise not. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good point, actually. But maybe the idea is that to give the choice to women whether they want to work or not, and maybe our job is to pave the way and let them choose. So please, Sasha, yeah.
Yeah, I'll stand up as well to be seen. Thank you so much for all the presentations. I have a rather short question, mostly. I think to Hayat, you did mention that women have fewer possessions, so they also can't get collateral in a bank. So this is very much related to the inheritance laws, obviously. And I don't know if there's been a long conversation still ongoing in Tunisia regarding change of the inheritance laws. And my question is, to your knowledge, in the other countries, is there a social appetite to even open up this conversation and to change the inheritance laws? And if there's basically anything going on in that field, because that would hugely help women in many, many different fields, obviously, but in particular when starting businesses, of course. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Malika, and then we give the chance for some men to participate also. So, I'm sorry, Malika first, and then you can, and promise you will, yeah.
So, Malika Ktani من RIEMAS, Research Institute for European, Mediterranean and African Studies من الجامعة المتوسطية بفاس. مداخلتي هي تعقيب على محاضرة الأستاذة حياة. وعندي تساؤل ليس سؤال. فعندما أشرت إلى بيئة العمل للمرأة، هذه حقيقة نعيشها في العالم العربي. بيئة العمل لا يمكن تغييرها، لا بد من تغييرها، ولكن يعني هذا موضوع آخر.
In compliance with the reality that we are experiencing on an everyday basis, we need to provide women decent work opportunities, because there are women who would like to stay at home and work from home. They could work remotely or run commercial activities, such as what could be conducted through the work in cooperatives helping women put in place income-generating activities, which, of course, helps in improving women's economic participation while allowing women to make money, make both ends needs, but at the same time generate revenues. So we also help women commercialize their products and sell them overseas. Morocco is very well known, for example, for natural cosmetics, and Moroccan women use a lot of natural cosmetics, which are very much in demand in the Arab world. So we allow those women to sell these natural cosmetics, such as argan oil, which is actually a local Moroccan product with a very good reputation. So these women efficiently participate in the economic participation, in the economic development of their country. CEDAW now, I do not think that there is a single country that can sign CEDAW without any reservations, because in the Arab world we do have various cultural and religious factors that need to be taken into consideration, which will hamper signing or gazetting this convention without any reservations as yet. Maybe I'll stop at this point. One more question for Ms. Zineb. The research is relevant, but I would like to know, for the statistics you shared with us, whether the housewives who work Are they included in the statistics? Because these women actually do take part in the economic activities conducted in their respective countries. So that is my question for you.
بالنسبة للإحصائيات لاندماج النساء بسوق العمل، هل في إحصائيات بالنسبة للفرق بين الريف والمديني، أو مثلا بالنسبة لأنه بيكون في صعوبة بالتواصل أو يكون صعب كتير مرات استعمال المواصلات، أو بيكون في حاجة إنه الامرأة تصل للبيت بساعة معينة عشان تكون مع الأولاد. فمثلا هل في إحصائيات عن جد للأشياء اللي عم تنعمل عشان تهون على النساء بسوق العمل؟ وسؤال تاني أو نقطة تانية، إحنا موجودين بفترة اللي في غلاء معيشي مخيف، وبكتير دول عن جد فيش إمكانية إنه بس شريكة وشخص واحد يشتغل عشان يعيش.
There's no possibility that one person in the family or from the couple can really be responsible for providing income to all the family. How do you see this from a practical perspective? Very often, women are forced to work, and when they do so, they engage in activities that are not adapted because they are forced to work and to eke out a living and to generate revenue. And thank you.
شكرا. تفضل. سؤالي موجه للسيدة حياة. حينما تحدثتم عن محاربة العنف ضد النساء والتمييز القائم على النوع، تحدثتم عن الشق المؤسساتي والشق القانوني.
You have talked about the legal aspect in connection with work. What can we say about the work enhancement? And what is the relevant experience that you have been able to get in Jordan? What has been done in Jordan in order to enhance the awareness on these very topic? And I would like to know your relevant experience in the field and what are the possibilities that are available in order to overcome and enhance the efficiency of enhancement.
Or intervention, or should we turn to the panelists? Okay, if there are no more questions, so we turn to the panelists to have their... Okay. If I also take advantage of my powers as a chair for the session and ask about the idea of that women to participate in the public sphere, they have to be, they have some kind of stability within the private sphere. And this could lead us to the idea of the personal status laws in the Arab world, and how this could be a component of the new social contract that we might be demanding. So can we reverse the order while taking the final comments? To start with حياة، ممكن
3 دقائق هي رح تكون على شكل تعليقات ومداخلات
in the form of observations and comments rather than answering the questions that were leveled. And so we would like to talk about the enhancing the awareness of women, and particularly these are the what the role played and discharged by civil society organizations. Civil society organizations work on training and also enhancing their awareness on their political and social rights. But then, does this not encourage women rather than being active to become passive? So we would like to see women active rather than, and so we need really empowerment programs need to target first and foremost women, and so particularly they need to empower women fairly and squarely, particularly on quite a number of issues. And so the particularly I don't think there are quite many efforts that are being carried out by the government of Jordan in order to strengthen women's participation politically and economically. And Jordan really is working towards achieving this goal and also and enhancing the participation. His Majesty King Abdullah of Jordan has set up a commission that is working towards enhancing women's political participation and also increasing women's participation in the economic and political spheres. There are the results really. Then we have reached quite an important. We have made quite an important achievement in really adding quite many Jordanians, men and women, to within the framework of the laws that have been changed in order to suit and achieve the really a high level of participation of men and women, not only in duties but also in rights. Did also to stress the importance of women's participation so that they can be on an equal footing with man in political and economic participation. Most of the important demands I don't think there is a problem with the quota. A quota is quite important, but then really a quota is a natural right for women. But is it not going quota to really to enhance discrimination against women? Particularly, we need to treat women on equal footing with men rather than focusing on quotas. And so micro businesses is quite important. And so these micro projects will strengthen the role played by women in the economic and political spheres. And so we have statistics particularly that highlight the importance of women's participation. But really, are these productive programs, do they dovetail within the programs that are carried out by the government? And so quite many women with small-scale programs are facing quite a number of challenges. Funding and financing is one of these challenges, particularly enhancing the efficiency of these programs is quite another challenge. How can these women's micro programs compete with men's projects? And it's quite important to really make these projects sustainable, and so that particularly so that these women's products can compete with men's products. Particularly flexibility of the work environment is quite important, and so really quite many questions brought to bear on the work environment. During 2019, quite many countries really paid attention to the work environment, and so quite a number of studies were carried out in order to study the work environment. How can we make these work environment more flexible so that they suit the needs of women? I'd like also to talk about statistics, particularly from ESQA and from the Ministry of Labour and from ILO. The Middle East and North Africa really is losing 75 million US dollars, particularly just because of discriminatory measures taken against women. And so Arab countries will achieve gains of 2.5 billion US dollars in 2025 if women are given the same opportunities for competing in the economic and political realm, and particularly there are reform programs that are underway, and although they have been slowed down by the COVID-19, and so women are contributing to 5 trillion US dollars, and so this requires to put in place long-term strategic plans. Would like to thank you for bearing up with me. Quite a lot of information to share with you. Thanks very much, India. What you said, this overlaps with what has been said by Zena, putting in place long-term projects. I'm sorry to speak in French. With regard to the observation that was leveled, and there are questions and observations that have been made, and so with regard to the figures of women's participation in the political and economic spheres, in the decision-making sphere, I'd like to really draw your attention to the studies that have been made, more particularly with regard to entrepreneurship and access to these women to entrepreneurship. This is a colossal work that is carried out by the World Bank, and there is also a work that I would like to draw your attention to. I don't know exactly. It's the International Institute for Parliamentary Studies with a website really that provides information and figures on women's participation, decision-making position, and women's presence in the parliament, and all the provides figures on all these issues on legislative and presidential. This is just to give you an idea with regard to what is taking place at the international level, and also women's participation in decision-making positions in order to contribute to reducing the inequalities. And so there was a question that is mentioned by our colleague that brought to bear on we're heading towards a change in the model. So we need to go towards a new model, and this model, the model so far is marked by inequalities, and so particularly that we are going to lose quite a lot and so the law needs to be changed, and as was suggested by Mrs. Rabha, and the issue of really upholding the rights, and we cannot force a woman to stay at home if she wants to take a taxi, and so there is need for an equalitarian-based model. This is the change in the model, and so we want a model that will change along these lines in order to give more leeway for women. And so it's true, Tunisia has really Tunisia, we talked about Tunisia in the past, but we no longer talk about Tunisia and ways in Morocco. As far as women are concerned, there are no official studies with regard to the rabita of scholars, particularly there are reports by civil society organizations so that there is jurisprudence be furthered in the area of women's rights, and so cooperatives, in the case of Morocco, it's true. This is an initiative that remains quite interesting to highlight, but it's not cooperatives are not a solution. Feminine cooperatives really that sell argan oil, really, women are involved in upstream work, and all the issues of marketing remain. Do these women benefit from the fruit of their work, and do they benefit from the yields of the export of argan oils? Do they really? These are women really. Quite many studies have been highlighted that in terms of profitability, women have not really earn quite a lot. So it's not just women's work in the cooperative, it's important, but also social the growth and social promotion of these women is quite important because these women really, when in the cooperative, they engage in quite a lot of work away from home, and they contribute immensely to enhancing the production system. And this is the role played by solidarity-based economy. And so there is need for more legislation to be drafted at the national level, together with the strategies that are being really carried out by the ministry, responsible ministry, in order to make of women an inevitable component in promoting productivity. And so Moroccan academics have been working on productivity of women in the rural environment. There are two ways of looking at the same thing, and so there is need to design policies that are adapted and adaptable to promoting women. So with regard to women's inclusion, we talk about domestic work and work at home. Work at home is quite important from a global perspective, and so there is need also to incorporate women's labor at home in the accounting system. And so I don't think quite many countries are record the domestic work of women at home, and so this makes it possible to domestic work contribute by up to 39% of the national GDP, and so. This is not yet incorporated. Domestic work is not yet integrated in the accounting system. This is all I wanted to contribute with. Thanks very much.
We'll give you for the final comment, and
for the final minute.
Yeah, for the final. Yeah,
I will be quick.
3 minutes, and here Hayat is insisting to have like half a minute. So we're okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I completely concur with you that change in personal status law to equal the grounds, to have the same opportunities to become involved into the labor market if women so wish. If they wish to stay at home and care for the kids, that's also fine. And if men want to stay at home and care for the kids, that should also be fine. And in terms of that social change that it involves, it's internationally still under. It's still contested, and it's of course not men staying at home and caring for the kids. It's seen as something unusual, also in Germany, also in other European countries. But I think we should take this as an opportunity, all of us, whether of any gender, anybody of us, to make decisions, to make time free, to make resources free, and still have a resilient household income, and then we can shift the balance, whether the man or the woman works a bit more in that period of time. It shifts, it takes off some pressure from household balances.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for saving more minutes. Okay, now they will kick us out because. Okay, so half a minute, and the other half to Zainab. Okay.
بس لأنه في سؤال ما تم الإجابة عليه فيما يتعلق باتفاقية سيداو، أتفق معك. هناك بعض البنود في اتفاقية سيداو قد تتعارض مع الشريعة الإسلامية، كونه إحنا معظم المدن العربية تستند في إطارها القانوني لا التشريع الإسلامي، ولكن ألا ينبغي لهذه الدول على صعيد بعض البنود كمثلا قضية الميراث
our laws. So, for example, when it comes to inheritance and other things, so we need mechanisms to ensure the follow-up in order to ensure women's access to their inheritance. Yeah, I totally second my voice to yours in terms of possession and ownership of plots of land in the countryside. Something very important I wanted to point out to, I know that there are many endeavors that are conducted in Morocco, in Egypt, in Jordan regarding gender equality, integration within public policies, in as much as it needs to be at the core of public policies. Egypt is much advanced in this regard. Jordan is following its path. So if we want an effective gender equality in order to actually aspiring to full equality is kind of utopian dream, but gender dimension needs to be integrated within the public policies, and the new development model of Morocco is consecrating this integration and this gender equality, gender responsive budgets, gender responsive public policies, and they need to be all alike in the responsiveness to the gender dimension.
Now we will conclude this session. Thank you very much for your participation, and we have to thank also our translators. I'm sure they were confused with switching languages, and then we'll pass to the next session. Thank you very much.
Okay, so can you hear me well?
Very well.
Okay, let us begin then. Hello everyone again, and thank you very much again for being here today with us. My name is Ana Lopez, as you may know from my endless emails, and I am here in my capacity as events officer of the EUROMESCO project. And this session it is actually the public presentation of the policy study on social protection reforms in the MENA region. You may see it on the entrance of the venue. So this study we are going to discuss is part of the EUROMESCO Connecting the Dots project, co-funded by the European Union and the European Institute of the Mediterranean, and implemented in the framework of the EUROMESCO network. This project aims at, as its name implies, to connect the dots between different stakeholders as well as between the EU and its southern neighbors and the wider region also. It is implemented through different activities such as research, dissemination, and dialogue, with a focus on economic development, migration, and security, and that share a commitment to foster the participation of youth and women in the Euro-Mediterranean experts community, which is a goal I am happy to say that is reflected in this, the authors of this policy study, and also in the audience we have today with us. Then I will give you some context. Each year, as part of the EUROMESCO project, we produce 5 different policy studies, to carry out evidence-based and policy-oriented research. In order to produce these policy studies, we conduct a series of pairing consultations with policymakers in order to identify relevant topics for the research of the next cycle. So this year, we had a policy study on social protection, social economy, artificial intelligence, green transition, and migration cooperation. So now also, if you allow me, I would like to thank my colleagues from Policy Center of the New South for co-hosting this event today with us, and also to my EUROMESCO colleagues back in Barcelona, that they are in the backstage of this event also. Thank you very much. And now I have the pleasure to introduce you to Dr. Katarzyna Sidlow-Kasia. She is the director of the Middle East and North Africa Department at the CASE, the Center for Economic and Social Research in Poland. And she is representing today Dr. Izabela Marcinkowska. And she is the president of the management board of CASE, and also she is one of the authors of this policy study. She actually wrote a chapter on Morocco. The chapter is called Digital Solutions for a New Social Protection Project in Morocco, Recent Developments and Post-COVID-19 Opportunities. So on the format, Ms. Sidlow will present the policy study, the chapter on Morocco, in 10 minutes. Then we will have Mr. Briac de Fauvis. He is in charge of social sectors, agriculture and rural development at the European Union delegation to Morocco. And then we have also Ms. Butaina Falsi. She is expert in social policies and social protection systems. Both of you will have also 10 minutes to provide us with your impressions and perspectives on the topic based on your expertise. And the remaining time will be dedicated for Q and answers with audience. Thank you very much. Katarzyna, Kasia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you for everyone who stayed with us until this very end of the session. I promise I will try to be rather brief. My presentation is already up. Right. So I was given a very pleasant job of presenting the chapter of a study that was written by Izabela, who is the president of CASE board. And in her study, she is looking at the digital solutions for the new social policy project in Morocco. So what the study is, the chapter, I will give you a very brief overview of what's in the chapter, and then we can hopefully discuss, some of the key findings. But basically the study is, first of all, providing like an overview, very briefly, historically, of the protection system in Morocco, and then looking at how the new social protection systems are being developed, how the new digital strategies are merged in a way with social protection system, And then it also takes a very brief look at the responses to the COVID-19 pandemic and how social protection systems were affected by it, and how the implementation of the digital solutions were affected by the COVID pandemic as well. And then the study offers some conclusions and policy recommendations. And on top of that, I will give my 5 zloty as well in my own recommendations, if I might. Right. So first of all, social protection systems. I will not go into details of the definition because, as my co-panelists noticed, we do not have time for that. But what I will say is that the social protection system in Morocco is obviously nothing new. At first, the modern, I would say, social protection system was introduced in the 1960s, roughly. But it was very limited, so very few people were actually covered by it, and huge parts of population were excluded. So with time, there have been some ad hoc changes that were implemented in the system, especially as the population grew and expanded, and there was increasing need to cover more and more people. But because those changes were not very comprehensive and systematically introduced, the social protection services still ended up being inefficient, fragmented, and in many ways corrupted as well. So some reforms were introduced in 2001, to make the social services more accessible, and the number of people who were covered was increased. But that was not enough. When we, just before the new social protection system was introduced in 2018, the data by the Moroccans actually themselves found that 45% of active population had no access to medical insurance, and 2/3 of population had no access to pension scheme. And of course, access to health services was very limited as well, in particular for vulnerable sections of population, those outside of the labor market, so women to a large extent, informal workers. One of the main issues, well, there were many problems, but one of the main problems was really with targeting. And this is important because that's where the digital reforms really come in. This is actually not part of the study, but I thought it's useful to see if it switches. Oh, now I went overboard. Yes. This was not actually part of the study, but I thought it was useful to see how the effective coverage in Morocco is compared to some other countries in the region and to Poland, just because why not? So population covered by at least one social protection benefit and those affiliated to social health protection scheme. So you will see that Morocco is kind of somewhere in the middle, like on average, when it comes to the region. Now, when it comes to the new social security project, which was announced in 2019, by the king, in fact. It was planned over 5 consecutive years, and it was supposed to start and it did start in 2020, not a great year to start big social security project, in fact. But the end goal was really to include as many Moroccans in the, as beneficiaries as possible, to extend basically the coverage of social services. So one of the first changes that was introduced in 2021 was that the obligation to join the pension scheme was extended. So self-employed and freelancers were obliged from 2018 to join the pension scheme, and healthcare services were extended. Also, the coverage of healthcare services was extended to those who are self-employed and those who are freelance. The second and third change that are only supposed to be, the way I understand it, introduced, are supposed to be the biggest ones in terms of extension of the coverage of the social protection system in the country. So the first one is inclusion of informal workers and their families. And as you heard today, the informal sector in Morocco is really, really extensive. So that is actually supposed to add additional 22 million people to the social security system. And the second big one is introduction of family allowance. So for instance, some benefits related to childbirth or maternity leave, and also unemployment benefits. And that is supposed to cover additional 6.7 million households. So those are the planned changes. In line with those policy changes, there were changes in terms of the management aspects of the social protection system, very much needed indeed. So there was a plan, one of the big plans was activation of the single social registry.
And that brings me to the second part of the study, which was Morocco Digital 2020 strategy. So as many other governments, Moroccan government realized things have to be improved when it comes to pace of the digital transition. As many other countries, Morocco digital strategy was introduced back in 2016, if I'm not mistaken, and it was supposed to both reinforce Morocco's position as a digital hub, but also to help include and incorporate the digital into multiple government-provided services, and also the private sector as well. So how this merges with the social protection system is that in 2021, actually, there was a pilot project on creation on national population registry in Rabat region. So I hope maybe someone from Rabat local will tell us how this actually is playing out. But I mentioned that one of the key problems with the social security system was targeting. So actually finding out which sections of populations are most in need of the benefits that would be provided. And so this registry system is supposed to help with that, and then it's supposed to be extended to other parts of the country as well. Now, there are multiple obstacles to digitalization. I could go on and on. I won't, because a lot of people already spoke about this as well. But I will just say that pandemic really, in many ways, it did not help, in a sense that it was a bad time to invest in a huge transformation of the social protection system, because obviously a lot of money would have to go elsewhere. But at the same time, the digital transition was sped up in many ways. So this was this kind of positive spillover, if you will. Very briefly, again, about the COVID challenges. So the government really was kind of named by OECD a success story, Morocco, in terms of how the government dealt with the pandemic. Not my words, I'm just quoting. But really, there's been a number of different policies implemented that did help and did have positive impact on how the pandemic played out, especially during the first wave. So first of all, there were the strict lockdown measures, but in terms of the social security protection, you saw a lot of cash transfers being issued to families. And I would say most importantly, the change that was introduced in Morocco, and that was not the case in many other countries in the region or elsewhere in the world, was inclusion of the informal workers into the pandemic-related protection scheme. So that was really important innovation, I would say, on the part of the Moroccan government. And on top of that, there was support provided also to vulnerable sections of the population, to single mothers, to refugees. Again, a problem was to identify those sections of populations that were in need of the social protection system. So targeting remained an issue indeed, and that's where the digital solutions really came. So that is really the key of the study, and the key of the findings is how the digital tools have been used so far, and what are the plans of using them going further for facilitating the improvement of the social protection, social security systems in Morocco. So what the government has done is it launched a mobile application which was supporting notifications of exposure to individuals. I believe it worked for Bluetooth. Then, oh, sorry, and I probably speak too fast, but yeah. Then there were attempts at facilitation of teleworking, both in the public sector and in the private sector. Digital flow of documents. Morocco is actually one of those countries that does have legislation regarding the e-documents and e-signatures. So that was already making this easier. There were also services such as telemedicine. I believe it was a little bit more difficult to implement due to the fact that not every single section of the population, especially in the rural areas, has easily access to especially fixed broadband, not just the mobile broadband. Another, applications and online platforms, like in many other countries, try to kind of identify and target the sections of the populations that really were most in need of support amid the pandemic. So what the study, overall find out is that overall, apparently Moroccans were really satisfied with how the government dealt with the pandemic. And like I said, Morocco has been that success story. A lot of Moroccans actually did receive social support from the government. And the pandemic did speed up implementation of the digital solutions in Morocco. In fact, there are planned further modernization and further expansion, especially of the Rabat pilot as well. Now, when it comes to recommendations of the study that were presented in the paper, the first one is rather kind of no-brainer. So to broaden the base of beneficiaries further of the social security system to ensure broader coverage of the social protection systems in the society. Then strengthening the integrated management information system, provided that at the same time data protection measures are implemented as well. Then forward with digital upscaling. And I would add to that also very much the investment in infrastructure, especially in rural areas and especially in fixed broadband, or potentially further expand actually on attempts at using satellite broadband as well. It's quite expensive, but it's proven to some extent, efficient when you try to go into rural areas. So that was the study. And one more thing I would add from my side, which was not included in the study, so don't blame Isabella for that if you want to, is that I would add very much monitoring and evaluation. So if you want to implement both social security, but in particular digital transition, the Digital Morocco program, monitoring and evaluation are absolutely key. It's very easy to plan very ambitious programs. It's very difficult to implement them. Just only one evaluation that I found by the ERF about the Tunisian digital plan implementation, which found that out of more than 72 major projects programmed under the Tunisia Digital 2020 strategy, only 5% were completed. 20% are in progress, and 75% were still in the project idea phase after the digital strategy period of implementation actually ended. So I will just leave with that. That is extremely important to implement effective evaluation monitoring system in order to be able to track the progress of implementation of the programs and of the reforms, and actually being able to, as you go, try to adjust the policies in order to achieve better results. Thank you very much, and I'll be happy to elaborate on any of my points later on.
Thank you, Katarzyna. Now, Mr. De Fobis, could you please provide us with your feedback and comments on this study based on your expertise?
Thank you very much, and bravo, Pani. I don't remember exactly the name. Sidwo. Pani Sidwo, for a comprehensive study in a 10-minute time. It's a great performance. I'm very happy to join you today at the EUROMESCO conference, especially these days, because a few days ago, the EU Parliament finally reached a political agreement on adequate minimum wages for workers in EU. I don't know if we can show there is here the little graph I tried to show you. Maybe you know that. We call that the European Pillar for Social Rights. For me, it's the key element to better understand what is social protection, and it's an instructive instrument to better understand on how to deal with all the components of a social protection. I will not come into the 20 pillars, but just the thing I'd like to share with you is that social protection is like a big wall with many bricks. And every brick has to be in the right place to elaborate a strong wall, a strong system that bring capacities, bring services to the citizen. Here in red, there are all social protection items. We can see childcare, we can see unemployment benefits, minimum income, old age, healthcare and so on, inclusion of people with disability, long-term care, housing assistance, and essential services. It's very important to have that in mind to understand how hard it is to build a new system from scratch to a new one. In my view, there is many critical issues for public policymakers and many challenges because we face crisis. We had the last crisis with the COVID. Currently, we face a new crisis with the Ukraine-Russia war, and I'm quite sure we will face a new crisis in the coming months, year, with the climate change that will affect everybody, everyone in the current life, and how to build a comprehensive system which will protect everybody, everyone in the current life, in every stage of the life cycle. That's very, very important to build inclusive and resilient society. Alors, what main challenges can we imagine? The first of all is choice. I think that's the first thing to the choice of the policymaker of who will pay for what, who will pay for the health system, who will pay for people for disability, who will pay for the pensions, and how they will pay for that, with social contribution on tax revenue, or with the general budget system on every taxes of the government. That is the key, in my view, and that's my own experience, that's the key issue that policymaker, national policymaker, has to decide. And every country has its own choice. There is no magical stick, no magical recipe. Every country has its own social contract to build in order to design the contribution system. And then we see there is two parts of a social protection system. The first one is the contributive part. The second one, the non-contributive part, the social assistance program. Please don't mix the two systems. They are different. We call that social protection. For example, we have oil subventions. It is social protection, oil subvention, but it's non-targeted. You told us about the difficulty of targeting oil or, I don't know, bread subvention is social protection, but non-targeted. And that is the second main challenge. You told us about how to target the good assistance for the good people. The third one is, I think, the sequencing. You cannot build a whole reform of such a scope in the same time. We have to take time to make the beneficiary, to make the adhesion of the people for this reform. And just a few seconds. So one of the main issue that I don't know how to deal with, but here we have to highlight issues, no? Is the tax rates that we will find to contribute for the systems. Tax rates on wages, tax rates on the whole tax system, and the budget, the planification, the budget planification for the whole system. It is the key element that we have to highlight and to design models, econometrics models, adapted to each country to make the adhesion of the population. I will switch to French for the conclusion, parce que c'est quelque chose qui sur lequel on intervient de manière
we really work with at the European Union with an intensive manner, bringing together all the questions that were extremely dynamic and momentum in the last years, together with the government of Morocco, with His Majesty the King, Mohammed VI, may Allah extend his reign, who has wanted to incentivize this dimension more particularly. And we are very proud of the European Union to be the partner and support this large-scale reform of social protection carried out in Morocco, particularly to be able to find within the same frame logic of intervention similar to what we initiated through this social rights. And we find the same problems, the same challenges that we try to work out together with our partner in the coming months, more particularly. And here we are lucky to be with regard to what you have said, we're lucky to have a political support that is the essential determinant in order to really move towards this new social contract, really. I'm sure I haven't taken quite a long time. Thank you.
For this insightful presentation. Now I would like to pass the floor to Ms. Butaina Falsi, who is, as I told you before, expert in social policies and social protection, and we would really like to know your feedback and your comments on the presentation of Dr. Sitlo and Mr. Briac de Fobis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chairman. Je vais parler en français si vous permettez. Vous me direz si en général, je parle pas très vite, mais
in general, I don't speak that fast, but then stop me if I'm going too fast. So I'd like first and foremost to congratulate the authors of the document. It's quite all the congratulations are extended to you. It's always interesting to have really to have relevant experience and sharing information from Tunisia, Jordan. It's quite interesting to read these documents, and this makes it possible to compare with what we're doing here in Morocco. And this is quite an important reading. If you don't mind, I'm going to react before perhaps conclude, as was been done by Mr. Debre, with regard to the future prospects, although highlighting the most important challenge we're grappling with in Morocco, just to say we are at a given moment in Morocco whereby this question of social protection and generalization of social protection is one of the most important priorities at the national level. What is reassuring and which responds to a natural development with regard to the dates and the building of a mutual system and a healthcare system, particularly, it was started rather earlier than this. The cultural building, and particularly of the how the most vulnerables and how the diseased were taken care of. This was always, but the institutionalization of the medical coverage was started back of 2019. It's it was started back in 1919, 1920s, even before the 50s and the 60s. And this, and starting from independence in 1956, we have a construction that is sector-based, particularly with service delivery. But we have had 3 large-scale moments in Morocco, and so it was back in 2002, while setting up the compulsory medical insurance. But this was the first time that we were able to put in the same text and same law that is of interest to all Moroccans, with different parameters and with various bodies that were responsible for running and managing this. So on an equal footing, with the introduction of the notion and incorporation of medical coverage for the most vulnerable segments of the community. particularly the RAMID scheme. And this evaluation has made it possible to rectify quite many things. And as you have mentioned, in 2018, with the speech of His Majesty, with the national conferences, and also working on the national policies and integrating, have you really these various moments, particularly this is a building, a sociological and economic building that we have carried out more particularly, and there is an evolution. The development of our community perhaps was a key factor underpinning these changes, and so how we have been able to prioritize these from since independence in 1956, particularly the elements, crucial elements that are quite important for the Moroccan community. And this explains and accounts for, one, we did this in 2018. We have certainly a system that encompasses quite a lot of service delivery and quite a lot of delivery of services, but there are
En 2020, le Policy Center for the New South est venu à votre
there were probably problems in connection with the targeting, problems of enhancing the efficiency of governance, particularly, and this strong political support at the highest level was quite important, and we started to see this has a direct impact on the development of issues in Morocco. This has also an impressive impact on the way people perceive of these things. And so what is social protection? What does it boil down to? How people develop ownership of social protection despite the constraints, but the people have started to see social protection in a through different different spectacles, so to speak, and this is the moment really. So people and the COVID-19, and so people were not prepared to intervene really during the COVID, during a health crisis of a social and economic magnitude and dimension. But this has had this has pushed people to be innovative, particularly institutional and productive organs to be innovative, and this is really with regard to, this is uncomparable to what took place before 2018. And in this morning's panel, where social protection played a major social role, particularly because at a given moment when we were dealing with the first when we were dealing with the first moments of COVID-19, we immediately thought that the state here was to help us, and so we are operating within a state where we have duties as well as rights, but then the state, particularly with regard to that we can have a return on the investment in the social infrastructure, and also a return however, with the lessons learned, and so we did understand that the social protection programs and social nets are nets that are indispensable for the community, and really particularly focusing on social protection programs is quite important, particularly with regard to public policies and to generalize other policies. And these factors and lessons learned with time and with COVID-19 and with the this awareness, collective awareness that is developed was made right after COVID, and so although in 2018 we were able to discharge a program, a royal program, efficiently, and so but we need to look at the shortages, and we need to look at the gaps and ways and means how to correct the deficiencies. So this is quite important that all the countries are confronting these gaps, particularly and trying to reread what has been mentioned in the study, population most in need. This is a crucial issue, how to really target on an equitable basis in an inclusive way all people who need services, particularly who need social program of assistance, and also what we label socially based solidarity programs, and so particularly so that these people can benefit on an equal footing, and this is quite an important issue. We can talk about this. We have been able to accumulate a wealth of experience here in Morocco, particularly through the RAMED scheme, and also programs to support, to provide support to divorced women, and particularly. And so this is a number of experiences whose lessons were quite interesting, and it's worth keeping them in mind when we deal with generalizing social healthcare. Really, we need to strike up a balance in a targeted way, particularly with regard to direct money transfer, and also in social the services of social, or the delivery of social services. And we need to focus on equity, equality, particularly with regard to these. And so what is quite important in order to in the building of our social protection system, it was done for a number of years. It was based on income for a number of years, and so particularly people with an income have benefited from the social welfare. No income, no social protection. And so we have had the specificity in Morocco to tell the non-wage earners operating independently, oh, okay, you're active, you have a form of income, but for the time being you are going to stay outside the social protection net, and so you are going to really so this was also quite to go back to history, and so a segment of our population have had the reflex to organize themselves and within a profession or within an agency, and this has the state was forced to generalize social protection. Particularly those who can are going to really subscribe and contribute with subscription, and those who can't will be also really be covered. And so I don't want to take more time than necessary, and so I was quite surprised that we in Morocco, and I saw this through the debates being waged through the exchanges with donor agencies or with the international cooperation agencies, that people do not see social protection as a role to be played by the state, and so they see this as in connection with the creation of wealth. I was very surprised to see, more particularly when that the insurance. When the insurance was made mandatory by the state, and some professions in the discussions and in the negotiations with these professions didn't find that there was the need for having an insurance, and that they were forced to subscribe in a regime that was universal. And so why today why today, through a compulsory system, why is it now that we are going to really engage solidarity, intergenerational solidarity? This is quite interesting as a debate. And last bullet point, certainly the reflection needs to focus on ways and means how to correct the deficiency, how to make sustainable this social protection, how the targeting can be made more efficient, but there is also a question bringing to bear on ways and means how to articulate this in a better way, and with the same concept, how to generalize social protection while reforming the healthcare system and healthcare scheme. When we see what's taking place in other countries, countries have started by reforming the healthcare system, and while we have opened the two Pandora boxes at the same time, and so we need quite a lot of political courage and quite a lot of mobilizations of the resources in order to ensure the sustainability, particularly with regard to carrying out this reform and the reform of the public policies in as far as the budget is concerned. And so we have reached a time whereby these questions are leveled, and so where social protection is worthy of our consideration, and so particularly for the Moroccan citizen who is going to start to consume something he was not able to consume in the past.
Open for any questions, comments, or suggestions. The same as we did before, you only need to raise your hand, and one of my colleagues will pass you the microphone. Thank you very much. You need to push.
I think it now. Okay. Thanks a lot for this very important topic, and I actually wanted to ask about the digitalization part, as this is a new way of delivering dearly needed social protection. And first, perhaps a clarifying question. Sorry if I missed the information. Was it actually just a possibility to file the application digitally, or was it mandatory? So could you also do that analog, conventionally, go in there and filling your paperwork, or was it the only way? The reason I'm asking is that all these mandatory digital services tend to exclude a lot of people, as or even worse, to put additional pressure on them, like with the Jordanian e-tax that was mandatory, and people didn't know how to work it and had to go to community centers to get some help. So that would be one of the questions. And the other one, I think that's what you also meant by monitoring and evaluation, Katarzyna. What is actually the benefit? Was there any potential in the study to measure whether people were getting their money faster, and whether there was a bigger coverage than in reforms that were undertaken before? So whether it actually helps to reach more people quicker than doing it in normal ways. Thank you.
Bonjour pour ces présentations. Donc, ma question c'est à Madame Boutaina Fassi. Donc, vous l'avez bien dit, donc, la question de ciblage des populations vulnérables et pauvres qui vont bénéficier des programmes d'assistance sociale, c'est une question extrêmement importante pour la réussite de la généralisation de la protection sociale au Maroc. Et donc, la question de ciblage...
social security in Morocco. So the targeting issue is very important, to come up with a dynamic system that will target people who could maybe change overnight, so shift their situation. So today I'm poor, but tomorrow I might become rich, and the other way around. I might not be eligible today, but anytime soon I could be. So I wanted to ask about this single register or social register. So where are we in terms of progress?
Thank you. I have both Ms. Butaina and Ms. Dr. Sillo. So it is about informal workers. So it was pretty astonishing to me to see what Morocco was doing during the pandemic for informal workers, but I just wanted to understand if this is also framed in an attempt to then fight or resolve somehow the problem of informal workers, because it is good that we also extend social protection, healthcare measures, but does this end there, or is it framed in an initiative to try to solve this problem and also maybe include a part of the population, which is a huge part of the population, in the formal labor market, and then proceed also with different systems of protection? Thank you.
Bonjour, ma question est à Madame Bouteina.
Good afternoon. My question is for Mrs. Butaina. As you know, the issue of universal social coverage is not only about an extension, but rather it's about access to service and healthcare services and reducing the cost of the service. How does the current reform in Morocco provide for finding a compromise between these three pillars of the social coverage: universal, medical, or coverage, or healthcare coverage? And in this turmoil of COVID-19, is it possible to refund or to fund and finance that reform?
No more questions?
Sure. Thank you very much for all the questions. I will attempt to answer them, even though I'm not the author of the study, but I will do my best. So first of all, for Tina, so about the paper filing, I'm not 100% sure, to be honest, if it was possible both to do paper and online. I would hope so, because as you mentioned, otherwise it does exclude section of the populations, which is why I mentioned that telemedicine was, all good. But can you expect a 70-year-old pensioner on their own to set up Skype and connect with the doctor? Same, like going beyond the pandemic in Tunisia to the online consultations, also very problematic in terms of who is actually able to respond. So I do share your concern, but unfortunately, I don't know. In terms of monitoring and evaluation, yes, so the one that I did mention for Tunisia, basically what they did is they checked the goals of the digital strategy against the results and just compared and contrasted. So the goal is indeed to see what has been achieved compared to what was planned. And for instance, I quoted two numbers: that the inclusion of informal workers and families in healthcare insurance systems is supposed to include total extra to 22 million Moroccans, and that introduction of family allowance and unemployment benefits is supposed to include additional 6.7 million households. So those are expectations. But with monitoring and evaluation, it's important to track this and actually check if this worked or not, if not, why. If yes, what were the good practices so we can follow up. And without this monitoring and evaluation, what we will end up with in 5 years is still having to quote those numbers when it comes to expectations as opposed to the goals. In a business, you would talk about KPIs, really. So I would say it's similar. Numbers are not everything, but they're very important to provide the monitoring. Informal workers, yes. So in general, there is an effort to kind of include as many people from informal sector into the formal sector as well. I would say it's consciously or not very smartly done to do it from this way, because if you first include people providing them social protection system, it kind of grows trust towards the system. So it's easier for people to actually feel comfortable with including themselves, because we need to remember part of the people in the informal system are excluded because they have no other choice. But some people actually don't want to because it's more convenient for them. So doing this from this side, first starting with the benefits and then coming up with obligations is actually a good way to do it, I would say. And I think those were all the questions for me. I hope I didn't forget about anything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kasia. Now, Ms. Falsi, do you want to respond to your questions?
Thank you. Merci pour les
Thank you very much for all the questions that were raised and asked. Let me start, if I may, by reacting to the issue of digitalization and the risk to exclude some population groups. As you have pointed out in your first question, it is indeed a guideline, a strategy, and this is one of the major lessons that we draw from the COVID crisis and how this absence of possibility to move physically is kind of replaced by the remote digitalization and remote work. And this has been a trend for some time in Morocco in the current regime, in the wage owners, for example, in the private enterprises, namely for employers, because this assumes that there is technical and digital means to do it. Now, for the public sector and those who want to come into the regime, when these persons are in the rural areas, remote areas, and have a very hard time to access not only the roads, but also the digital means and mobile means, the possibility to go through the normal circuit with the normal direct contact with the administration is kept as such. But those who want to go through the digital resources, they can use the portals, etc., for those who wish to, keeping in mind that in the setting of our population, geographic diversification of our population and locations, not everything's going to be done remotely and digitally. So this is part of the response, not the full response. Now, on the issue of targeting, this is a fundamental question in the extension scheme. It was a real headache over the last years since the implementation of the first initial program, that was the EUROMESCO, and then Taysir in 2010. So this very issue throughout its evolution has shown, as I said earlier, that this is either a leverage or an obstacle or a break. How are we going to do it? With what means we're going to do it? What are the options or the vision on the very service, and who is going to be benefiting from it? So we have, in terms of targeting, there are two phases. The first phase would be to determine and identify the service providing or the subsidy. For instance, subsidizing sugar or gas is also another protection measure. Is it general? Is it targeted? This is where we go to the second level. So first, let's define the service that we provide. So there are a lot of measures that were put in place to encourage schooling, and we put in place a targeting kind of scheme called Taysir. And this was interesting because the very nature of the service was defined. And then you had another operation that is cross-cutting, transversal, where you have on board local authorities, the Ministry of Justice, the beneficiaries, and you will have all the administrative local stakeholders, be it digital or not. And this is where the shoe pinches, how to define the eligibility criteria and how to double-check their existence in time and long time existence. Maybe I'm vulnerable today, but maybe anytime soon I'll become a wage owner or start my own company, and I will make ends meet, and maybe I will become rich and then become poor again. So the dynamic nature of the targeting scheme is very hard to implement. However, lessons drawn from last years have shown that Morocco has paved the way for this. So we first started the registry. We started the registry and recording in the registry. And if you are eligible as a person, we would see and then see or say this is the assistance program that we need. And then once you do this, you go and register to another program to determine your social scoring. This is the scheme how it was first designed. But the implementation of the scheme is what we are conducting in a pilot in Rabat in the framework of the extension and generalization program. And this question keeps coming on and on in the meetings that we convene. At what point the scheme will be generalized. So these are all questions that we don't have answers to. I know there is a pilot experience going on, but there are also issues related to rights because the registration or inscription to that registry is not mandatory. So in order to apply to the registry, you need to be under the National Population Registry. In the past, the targeting was conducted on the HCP database, the last census, etc., but also fieldwork of local workers, namely local authorities and territorial agents work. Now, how are we going to be making sure that both systems will coexist until we have a fully operational unique registry? This is a pending question, but let's keep in mind the RSU, which is not going to be doing the targeting for you. Once again, all departments in their activity sectors, if they deem necessary to provide a support program for or assistance program for a population, for example, children in school dropout situation, those who cannot afford this or that, divorced women, single mothers, that was a political choice. So each department and SHE program will define their own criteria. And then the RSU program or the registry, unique registry, will determine whether this person is eligible according to the programs that were set up. This is where evaluation and assessment was challenging the information and feedback because there was not always a connection between the beneficiary and the social programs. So the two last questions, I'll provide a couple of answers to. On the informal and the informal, I really echo and agree on the answer that was given earlier on. The social protection is a very instrumental tool to make sure to extract workers, men and women, as we have a much more feminine population in this sector, towards the formal sector, and also the right assurance, in other words, how to make sure that the formal sector is attracting for the right holders. Sometimes when you are active, you have an income, then you have to pay taxes. So sometimes it is not that attractive in people's stream of consciousness and imagination. If I move to the formal, I'm going to be under the tax obligation and burdened with all the paperwork, etc. But what we should do through communication is, okay, these are the things that you have or you benefit from in terms of social protection, namely for the healthcare and the pension funds. This is where you're going to be winning or gaining, but you'll have to pay your fees or your taxes, either through the fiscal regime or the VAR regime. For those who cannot afford, well, we'll see. And if this awareness-raising campaign is successful, coupled to other actions, because social protection can not only be the attractive product, if we add this to other public policy actions, it can work. We've seen it among the Sustainable Development Goals. Social protection has become a major component to achieve human rights and to achieve human development. It is not a sectorial right, it is a universal human right. So as a full-fledged citizen in a country, you have the right to access to those universal services. Now, of course, the institution of the rights and the guarantee that you can access that right as a citizen, we know that the ecosystem needs to be in place, the political, economic, and social, which makes everyone to play their role before that the state works and plays that role. Maybe this also addresses another question on universal coverage. It's true that the word universal, inclusive, it really implies this. We all need to be covered and we all need to be in the scope of social protection. Each one of us, according to our personal situation and possibility to subscribe or not. Immediately, and then when I cannot do it, we cannot afford it, I can shift. It is important to have a complete and holistic political vision, saying, okay, today we have a population or a composition of my society that looks like this and that from the sociological, economic standpoint. But how it will evolve? How am I going to evolve as a state? We have a volatile international context. No one was expecting to have the war on Ukraine right after the COVID, where we're starting to make our baby steps in terms of recovery and taking a deep breath after the long COVID inaction. So all these questions are political questions, but we need to provide answers to, and we need to ponder on. When we talk about financing of social protection, the vision that was validated and endorsed in the Framework Agreement 2021, try to come up with partial responses to this. So we have the two traditional sources. We're on the right track. We are on the two traditional financing sources, not three, but two. Of course, there are surpluses, but these are very small yield margins, but we have regimes that are no longer in the surplus situation, which was the case in 30 years ago. We have population growth that has changed. So if we dwell in the detail, it's going to be endless. But the bottom line is when you have a form of revenue, you have to subscribe and show solidarity, and the rest will taken care of by the government. It's a real headache. You need a lot of courage, energy for the policymakers, namely in terms of budgeting and financing, to really keep up with the 2021 budgeting, with all these microeconomic factors that have changed. Raw materials prices have risen, the oil prices, gas, deficit of the commercial balance. So this is a dynamic exercise indeed. But once again, this question has become for us, happily and luckily, national priority. There's a very strong commitment and willingness by the king.
Gouvernement précédent, mais là, quand on voit pour ceux qui
For those who have been able to read the governmental program, like Mr. Debrec said, so there are different bricks in the wall of the social protection, and even I would say a foundation to dig further is the issue through as follows: through the extension and the valorization of the human factor in general in Morocco after the recommendations of the new economic model, development model, is to make sure that the government starts to really lay the solid foundation through the extension of the general, the social coverage through the social states and social contracts. So we are in a major shift, a transformation, a social and political transformation that is really crucial. But when you come back to social state in terms of definition, we are well ahead, and this exercise that is ongoing will have a very good benefit to the political scheme. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Merci
Thank you very much to all of you also for being here today with us. Before we leave, I would like to kindly ask you to open the EUROMESCO app you have on your phones, I hope, and fill the evaluation questionnaire you will find there. It will help us a lot improving organization of the future events and activities. Thank you very much.